Okay. Hey, John, Car, how you doing? All right, so I ran the game a bit off stream. The yellow is actually fully compressed when it gets down here. It actually gets like fully compressed pretty much by the time it even hits like the box area down here. So it's like there's gaps coming out, but then yeah, they're gone. There you go, it's gone. Yeah, you can see them disappear. I mean, I checked it again in the sandbox, and yeah, you know, it's perfectly fine in the sandbox. I submitted it to A-Buck's thing as well. But yeah, I mean, the gaps don't even get close to the science. Like, by this point, they always disappear. But, I mean, they're still pretty fucking big up here. It looks horrible when it comes out of here. Right? Like, when you're watching it, it's like, what is that? It looks like such a huge gap. But they just shrink as they go down. The science is entrancing. Wait till next week when it's complete. It's 3/4 done. Well, half done, really. Well, I guess you could say 3/4. But yeah, the gaps are gone by the time it gets down here. So technically, we do have enough science reaching the labs, so technically the gaps aren't a problem. We've talked about stuff like this appearing before, and essentially, like, one of the reasons this can happen is because the labs don't actually consume a full belt. Right, like that's supposed to be the reason the labs aren't actually consuming a full belt and this is producing one, so it like throws things off slightly. The thing that I don't get is I can't figure out what's actually causing it though. Because by that logic, you would think like, oh, there's a time when the inserters are trying to put science onto the belts, but it can't because it's already backed up because it's a full belt. It's like that's never what's happening. Like, you know, this has a separate belt for the last one, and if you look at all the other ones, you know, they always, every single time, have plenty of space to put science. Right? Like, it's putting the full 16 each time. Or 32, because it swings twice. So yeah, I can't actually figure out what's causing him. I tried playing with the clocks a bit with no luck. So much stone, yeah. I mean, that's nothing compared to what's down here. Here we have this, all this, and then this, which we can't even fucking see. Because I forgot to put a radar down here. But yeah, I don't know. Those are like the biggest gaps we've seen on anything. So, I don't fucking know. That's not the engine timings. Yesterday I was talking about reverting the engine timings to the older ones. It's not that, because it's getting enough engines. Like, that's always backed up. And I haven't touched these timings at all from the previous ones. All I did was move the combinators around and, you know, change the circuits a bit. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'd like to see if I could fix it somehow, but, like, at the same time, it's maybe not even a real problem. So, I don't know what the problem, where the problem is stemming from, so kind of hard to debug something if you don't know what's causing the bug. But yeah, as you can see all the way out here, it's completely fine. Like, it's getting fully compressed on all sides. The gray also had some micro-gapping issues. That was the other build that, you know... Well, I'm running robot speed right now, so it's not flowing. Yeah, we haven't done the purple cross clocking yet. This doesn't have, like, any clocking. It's a little here, a little here. That's not even hooked up to anything anymore. Or is it? Oh, I guess it is. Yeah, I don't even know if that's worth clocking. 52.85 when it needs 80. Or when the cap is 80. That's something that runs constantly. Yeah, there's clocking in this purple that was never deployed. So we should probably address that today. But the other thing which drew my attention to the yellow thing to begin with is something else I can't figure out. We're 5,000 SPM short. We're at like 7.5 on the dot. It technically should be 7,505. So we're like 5,000 SPM short, and I have no idea why. I can't figure it out. Every one of the belts coming in on both sides is fully compressed. You know, there's plenty of electro coming in. I ran electro overnight. Yeah, you can see 10 hours. Yeah. That was when we were fucking around with things yesterday. Yeah, that's when we were clocking the blue and shit. So, I don't know. My only guess is that maybe there's one lab somewhere that's not working for some reason. Because 5,000 SPM almost exactly lines up with, you know, one lab somehow not working. I can't imagine for the life of me what would cause one singular particular lab to not work. But I guess we're going to do a very careful visual inspection here in a minute as soon as it gets dark. Because it's easier to see at night. Because I don't know what the fuck else could possibly be causing it. Yeah, this shit's running out down here. This only feeds right, yeah. Yeah, this feeds like this shit. There's still a good amount of iron. I could probably shift the whole thing left and still get a good little bit of mileage off of it. Hey, Evan. But today's goal is to, you know, as the title might imply, to just kind of finalize the base at 7.5. Maybe begin some of the 10 million scaling stuff. Purple is the main thing we need to talk about today. Deploying the clock for that. And potentially switching the builds. But yeah, I can't figure it out. Hey, Evan. Did I say hey, Evan already? I don't know if I did. My brain's really bad at that shit lately. Alright, there. It's almost night. 1500. Alright, let's start at the top. Let's see if we can find a fucking lab that's not working. Yell if you see it. Anyone see it? Anyone see it? Who's got the debugging eyes? Because I see it. Anyone? Anyone want to get some chat cred? It's actually pretty easy to see. What happened to you? Needle in a fucking haystack, man. You know, see, this is where, like, I fucking wish we could, output these to specific wires, like red and green. Because, you know what would make my life a lot easier? Because right now this light flashes when the swing signal is sent. Basically, it's set to disable the light when the swing signal is sent. So it's just kind of like, when the swing signal goes, the light flashes off. But if the lab is disabled, it'll still flash because it's still getting the swing signal. But if I could read head contents and output it to just a red wire, then I could hook that up to the light and have the light flash when there's something in the inserter hand. And that would cause the light to stop flashing if the lab got disabled, which would work as a good indicator. But if I read head contents, it's going to send that signal back along the wire. And, yeah, that obviously is not going to work very well, right? Because it'll be sharing it for the whole fucking column. But yeah, the fact we can't specify the fucking wire on this is... yeah. They've got to give us that for 2.1. That and wire length. That and wire length. Yeah, there we go. We're back at 7505. Yep, I was right. It was just one lab that wasn't working. I don't know how you got wood on your thing this fucking late at time, you know, time-wise. We haven't touched these labs in like over a week. There haven't been any trees getting cut down in this area in over like multiple weeks. So I have no idea how that somehow got 16 wood in the fucking inserter. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know what those inserters just placed. What's this constant for? Who the fuck are these constants for? Does the other side have them? No. How did those get there? No, whatever. They should be safe to remove. Oh, it's the original cross connect on the side. Somehow got copied all the way through. That's what it is. Yeah, the very edge has to have that cross connect going up. But yeah, the other columns shouldn't have that. Rows, I mean. And I can't just use a decon planner on the whole thing, because there's other constants in there. So we get to go row by row. Row, row, row your labs gently up the SPM. Oh, the top was good, yeah. I wouldn't have even noticed those combinators if it wasn't for like pasting on those light fixes. Because I saw bots going down and placing shit. I'm like, what are they placing? There shouldn't be anything placed with that. I think we're good. Finish the lights over here now. And just We're almost at 20k modules. That's good. I'll go ahead and up it at 30k. Just keep making. Better to overkill than underkill on this. Yeah, you reach 20k inserters too. Same thing here. Just keep making. Because when we start ramping to 10 million, this is all going to get shut down. So we need to make sure we have enough by that point. All right. So we pretty much have our planning done for the 10 million. We kind of got that done yesterday. Gray is most likely moving down here. Purple up here. Yellow, I just thought in here would be good. I'll still probably have to use pumps for the iron. I mean, given how close this iron was, and I still had to use fucking pumps. Yeah. It's because the iron goes so much further down the blade, that's why. I think. I don't even know, actually. I understand. How is... Well, this is only 266. Well, this gets cut off, like, here. But, yeah. That iron length is pretty high. I mean, I had to have iron pumps at, like, the midpoint here. Either way. So, yeah, we're gonna need pumps for the iron for sure. But if I bracket the yellow like that near the copper, I can at least avoid copper pumps for sure. So yeah, copper will be off these two and that iron. That'll get moved up here and there'll be one giant purple over this lake. Red-green will probably go here. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but that's the most likely candidate there. Blue just gets extended. And then the additional labs. How many belts of calcite? Uh... 33k a minute. So I need to fucking revert whatever they did here on the start menu. This is so obnoxious. I'm so tired of like companies making UI changes like without my consent, man. I feel violated. So 550 per second. 2.5 belts basically. The green squares as a debug option. That show generated chunks. The shade of the green represents the stages of generation. The bright green is like fully generated. The darker ones will be like it generated, you know, the land but not the vegetation, or the land and vegetation but not the ore, the land and vegetation and the ore but not the biters, and then everything. I think that's just my speculation. I don't know what the actual stages are, but it's what I speculate them to be. But yeah, the bright green ones are the ones you have to worry about. Because those are the ones where the biters have been generated. But yeah, we combine that with the show enemy expansion candidate chunks. Makes things a lot easier. After finding that one dead tree field yesterday, I'm a little paranoid. And I kind of want to do a quick visual inspection on all the fields. Because, yeah, that almost wound up being a problem. You're good. But yeah, we had this field got shut down yesterday because some circuits got disconnected somehow, and that was a pretty big field. Yeah, as I said, I don't know which does what exactly, but yeah. I'm wondering how much more I should concrete the base. I mean, obviously the treat areas can't be concreted. And should I remove all the trees that are sticking up through the concrete? Or should we go with that rustic, overgrown look? I don't know. Decisions. I mean, it's just aesthetics. It's literally just aesthetics. I mean, I'm not like fully finalizing the base's aesthetics today, but you know, we're kind of reaching the end of the line. We're gonna have to finalize it at some point. And we're doing a soft finalization today anyway. Like everything for 7.5 million I want finalized today. Just in case we can't stabilize at 10 million. Like if I ramp to 10 million and no matter what I do I can't get 60 UPS, then when I make the video I'll make it on 7.5 and not 10, right? I mean, I'll still make it on 10 if I'm at like 58, 59 UPS or something. But if I'm dropping down to like 55 or below or lower, then yeah, I'll make the final base overview video for 7.5. The conga line? Yeah, it's them just taking it to the mall/storage area. That's all it is. What's killing the UPS? FedEx. Like a Captain Planet villain? I think you could have gone with Like Judge Doom from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Because I can't think of I can't remember the Captain Planet villains. But you remember Who Framed Roger Rabbit? 8 lanes of shimmering cement stretching from here to Pasadena. Glorious. But yeah, we need to figure out how much we're paving over. Yes, I haven't really made up my mind. I've got concrete under the labs, obviously. And then concrete under the builds. That's about it. Oh, and then concrete in the, my little shippy area. But yeah, that's really about it right now. How's the pollution? No, it's under control. I was just looking at it. Under control somewhat. Might want to do a bit more down here, honestly. Okay. I might have to do more here later. Yeah, like... Where the fuck am I? Alright. Time to deal with the purple shit. How do I half fill it? You asking about these? Just a mixer. It's just a mixer. It's lots of side loading. I'm not sure what your question is. But yeah, it just side loads into these undergrounds. Like this. These two side load into that. There's splitters at the ends. But you can see this comes in. Splits left and right. The left lane side loads into this. Or sorry, this one. The top lane, I should say, side loads into this. And the bottom one side loads into that. And you get those two going down. And then these two going down, that's these four. Basically, each one of these clusters makes 4 belts worth. And you gotta do it like that. But yeah, I actually had to make that myself. I used the mixer book template, you know. I looked at some of the other mixers to make it. And extrapolated from a smaller one, but yeah. There actually was no 16 by 16 plus 16 to 32 mixer in the book. Yeah, I had to make this one myself. But yeah, you can see I like the basis for like the previous ones. Same, you know, core little thing. I just extrapolated the design to a larger one. And obviously switched it to green belt. Because everything in this fucking book, and same with the balancer book, is all fucking blue belts, man. It's obsolete. Okay, we're probably gonna have to add a 4th reactor. I kind of wanted to just add it like side by side, you know, for aesthetics, rather than just having one up here. So one of the things I did want to do before I forget again is shift the oil processing slightly to the right, so that We can add a 4th reactor. Have all our ducks in a row. So that line is where this pipe would be. It extends like 1 beyond it for the reactor. So these are the OG 4 silos, by the way. So we're gonna have to move them finally. But these are actually the original 4 silos. It's these 4 here. From the original base. I think it's actually the last piece of the original base that has not been moved or modified in any way. Not as high as you would think. 3K, 2K, about 2K. Which, you know, this one has 7,000. That's the one that launches the fuel cells. Most of these others are relatively low. But yeah, if you look at the Vulcanist rockets, it's 11,000, 15,000, 17,000, 17,000, 15,000, yeah. The upper ones are lower. But the ones down here are fucking way higher. If we were to check something like this, why are your rockets not rocketing? Did you run out of scrap? What happened here? Somehow jammed up. Wow. Huh. That took a really long time for that to happen. Yeah, the top half got jammed up in here. Somehow. Maybe having a safety circuit to only input to the recycler if it's like empty or something? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how that happened. Yeah, and this is 32,000. Yeah, these are all like 30,000 plus. This is the oldest, larger island. These are at 35,000. Yeah, it didn't happen that long ago. Because these are at like 33, 35. This is around like 32, 33. Unfortunately, we have to go to Fulgora to clear that jam. Feel shame when copying? I mean, only if you don't understand the blueprint. If you're copying it and you don't understand it at all, then, you know, you're not furthering your knowledge. You're just using someone else's solution. It's fine to, like, look at other people's blueprints, you know, for inspiration or to understand something, but you should know how to design something, you know, yourself. Use it to teach yourself. I don't really feel any shame when using others' blueprints at this point, but everybody copies mine like crazy, so in the rare chance I get to copy someone else's, I'm like, fuck yeah, I don't have to do the work for once. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a different case in my point of view, from my point of view, right? Total rockets in production? No, I don't think it counts an entity. Oh. It does rocket parts. Yeah, we can do rocket parts. Where'd it go? Did I scroll past it? 138 million. That's not global. $1.2 billion. Here's your answer. And it takes what? 50 rocket parts, right? Per rocket. It still seems really high. What, like I've launched 100 million rockets? Or 200 million rockets? 200 million? Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, for your first run, you should definitely do no blueprints. Yeah, 100%. The first time you play the game, you shouldn't be importing anyone's blueprints. Just try to design everything yourself. There are certain things that I don't really blame people for copying blueprints, though, like Auto Mall or the casino thing. Some of the advanced circuitry stuff can take, like, a pretty high level of understanding and a lot of patience to put together. Something like this, right? I don't expect most people to be able to design something like this. Even people who have thousands of hours in the game, like, will struggle to design something like this. I mean, I struggle to design something like this. This was a Herculean effort. So yeah. Um. Or obviously, if you want a bigger example, something like this. This I didn't design. I mean, this nobody else is gonna design ever. This took someone. This took Konage 3 months to design. Ain't nobody ever doing anything like that ever again. It's the ultimate solution for lab clocking. Realizing your solution was pathetic in comparison? Yeah, I mean, I have, nearly 4,000 hours in this game, so... And there's a lot of stuff that we're using in this run. Well, not a lot, but a fair amount that, is stuff that other people, spent a very long time designing, right? Like the lab clocking, like I just showed. Like, even if I am technically capable of designing something like this, like, I'm just not ever gonna... I would never sit down and spend 3 months working on something like that. Not to mention it's, I literally can't really do it as a streamer, right? That has to be done by somebody who's not me. If I were to spend 3 months in the sandbox testing and debugging, lab clocking for nothing but 3 months straight, sitting in the sandbox, watching inserters swing, this stream would have like 10 fucking viewers by the end of that 3 month period. Ain't nobody gonna watch this. 400 rockets a minute? I don't know. That feels fucking high. I don't think I'm definitely not doing 400 rockets a minute right now. Especially with, like, most of the other planets more or less shut down. Jammed again. Damn, this thing is not happy. It's apparently like 10,000 billion concrete that needs to be removed. I don't know. Took hours and hours, but apparently this island can occasionally jam. It just takes 1,000 hours of the game running for it to happen, apparently. I don't know how that actually happened, though. It must have just been a really bad RNG streak of, like, it just recycling into lots of concrete and steel very quickly. Like, just a planet alignment. Of RNG streak. Why do I have 20% drop frames right now? Are you guys okay? Hello? Bueller? Bro, it can't be okay. I've never seen 20%. Do you even know how high that is? I'm dropping 20% of frames, apparently. I've never seen it that high. Yeah, I mean, that's a ridiculous amount of drop frames. It's not going down. That is a very, very high amount. Of drop frames. Yeah, I'm my my OBS dashboard is basically showing nuclear meltdown levels of warnings right now. Really high drop frames, really bad connection quality. What is even going on? I'm dropping to 4,000 kilobits per second. Oh, now I'm up to 8,000. Oh, no, back down to 4,000. I don't touch anything and it stops working. Everyone's like, go install Linux. Yeah. I literally don't even fucking like touch technology and things just catch on fire. I don't tweak anything. I have become a complete boomer regarding, you know, modifying things. I'm completely afraid to adjust or tweak anything in my life now. Stuff just spontaneously catches fire on around me all the time. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I can try restarting the stream in a bit if it keeps up. I hate doing that because it splits the VOD up. Yeah, that's what it feels like, man. It's actually what it feels like. Stuff just randomly catching on fire. Oh, fuck me. I don't know if it's... I think it's been doing it all stream. Let me, like, do some Googling, see if, you know, it's a current Twitch problem or something. Yeah, I don't know. Might just be my connection. And it's not affecting audio. Yeah, we have priorities here. Fuck the visuals, man. As long as the tunes are coming in, that's all that matters. Hey, Konich. Oh, by the way, Konich, being able to read things and output stuff to, like, red or green wires, that needs to be a priority. Because I was realizing earlier... Because I had a dead lab earlier. I had to hunt it down and find out which one wasn't working. But I could tell because I was at like 7.5 on the dot and not 7.505. And it was like one down here. And I was thinking, you know, like the lights were still flashing. Because they just flash if it's a signal only. But if I could read, you know, if I could output certain wires on these... then I could basically have the light, you know, only flash when the inserter has stuff in hand. Which would also work as, you know, a working signal. Because it would mean, like, you know, you could spot a non-working lab by looking for which light wasn't flashing. But yeah, obviously the easier version is to let us just do this! And read a working signal, but yeah, like... I don't know how much pull you've got with Whoop, but getting red and read to red and green, you know, checkbox output to red and green on shit like this would make so many things a lot easier, and would probably let me remove a combinator or two from the auto mall as well. Advanced circuits mode 255 wire colors would be nice, yeah. You got 37 responses? Yeah, I haven't gone through it yet. I need to sit down and do that. I was actually late in submitting my shit for A-Buck's little competition. It was supposed to end at like 4 p.m. today. I submitted my shit at like 6. But I looked at his Discord, and I'm not the only person who got their shit in late, so I don't think he's, you know, hard sticking to the deadline. So we should be good. But yeah. I need to stop stalling, and we need to address the purple elephant in the room. I'm surprised you did it in like a poll version. I would have just sent it all off to the devs. Who cares what the rest of the community thinks? We have spoken. Unfortunately, they do whooped us, yeah. I mean, anyone who votes against adding red-green outputs on things like inserters and assemblers should just be banned from the forums anyway, let's be honest. Anyone who objects to increasing wire reach should face the guillotine. In terms of circuits, I want longer wire reach, and I want the ability to specify wire color when like reading an inserter or you know, this. You see how on this you can't output which color? Like on a combinator, you can choose which color to output, right? By simply hooking up that wire or not hooking it up. But on an inserter, like, you know, if you have multiple wires off of it, it'll output everything to both wires. On combinators, it's a little easier, I guess. Combinators had a good comparison. Because, you know, obviously you can only hook up one wire to that too, but you know what I mean. Like, basically, you know, I want to be able to read things with and have, like, a checkbox for red and green wire. To have it output to only that wire. It would make shit like the Automall so much easier to design. Because there's, like, some things we can't do in here. Because it would contaminate signals on wires too badly. And then there's wire reach as well. That's a big one for me. Because right now you have this problem. So, that's max substation length. That's max medium pole length. And if you put stuff between them... Here, we can even get the smalls in. This is the problem right now. So with substations, yeah, if you have them at like high length, you actually get these fucking gaps in the middle where you literally can't reach it with a wire. So there's like literally 6 tiles in the middle that are unreachable. So the extra range you get from substations winds up being fucking useless. Because you wind up with these dead zones that are unreachable with wires. Meanwhile, with mediums, you know... But you can cover everything. I think smalls actually had slightly shorter wire range than mediums. If I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, small has a 1 tile shorter range than medium. But yeah, it's why I've kind of converted over to medium poles almost entirely. Because of that stupid dead zone. Should not be limited. I mean, it should be limited to something. Like, you can't have a wire stretching across the whole map. But yeah, it should be equivalent to that power pole's power line reach. Like, this, or at least half. Like, if not equal to the whole distance, it needs to be equal to at least half. So that you don't wind up with a dead zone in the middle that you can't reach. It's an engine limitation? Oh no. That'd be horrible. Output negative 1 billion of everything and use offsets, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would just make, you know, lives a lot easier if they change that. Alright, let's stop stalling and address the giant purple elephant in the room. Ever insert a wire, we'll have to go through that code path. Well, I don't know how much overhead that would actually be. If they can multi-thread that part, then who cares, right? But I don't know. It would just make a lot of things a lot easier if we could do that. Okay, let's talk purple. So we have this one is our OG. We have this one, which I clocked, but apparently never properly deployed, even though I thought I did. And then we had Andy's, which I had completely forgotten about. What do I feel like that's not the right one? It's this one, right? Yeah, this was a much older one, yeah. Yeah, I remember this. This was back when we had him on the outside, and then switched to the inside at some point, and then Andy updated his design accordingly as well. So this is just old, and I'm not even going to consider it anymore. It's the 6-belt version anyway. Yeah, so this is the good one. So let me clean that up. Fuck's sake. Shit's backward. Okay, so these were my original designs. This was Andy's iteration that he did later, trying to improve upon them a bit, I think. I kind of completely forgot it existed. But I remember one of the big things that he tried to do was to realize it's actually only 5 belts of stone that you actually need for purple. Like, we just had 6 because that's just how the belts broke down more easily. But this was his attempt to do 5. I think the rest of it's pretty similar. Yeah, these are like, I mean, the belt, he did a slightly different output belt configuration than what I did. But other than that, it's basically the same. Wonder if I should be switching to that configuration, actually. But yeah, the bottom half's pretty much the same. Whole thing's actually a little bit shorter. Oh, he went to 4 furnaces. Ooh, I don't know if about that. Yeah, he went to 4 furnaces per E-fern. 4 ferns per fern maker. More fern per fern. Via's duck. Thanks for the resub, man. Much appreciated. Kind the machine only needs to store one circuit network for its logic. For both input, yeah, the button needs to store both. I guess, I don't know. As I said, I'm not a programmer. Like from my armchair perspective, it doesn't seem that hard to just, you know, specify which wire it outputs, but I mean, I guess it gets a lot more complicated under the hood. But yeah. If it's something they can implement without actually having a UPS performance hit, like if it's multi-threaded or whatever, then it's fine. What is this fucking pipe? Andy has like a random ass appendix shit in his fucking thing that needs to be removed. His build has tonsils. It's got a vestigial tail. Yeah, I'm not so sure about the middle being faster. The modules is basically the same. It's just slightly differently arranged. I think he's got lower speed, 10.6 for lower speed on his module makers though. I mean, I guess it's enough, but faster is usually slightly better for UPS. So this is unclocked, unfortunately. Clocking the top part is relatively simple. Clocking the bottom, especially this, is a pain in the ass. So I'm not looking forward to having to clock it. But since this is the main project for today, I guess we can spend some time on it if we need to. The red circuit blocks are the same, basically. And for the top, yeah, that's basically the same too. So all he's really changed is the belt routing. The belt routing and the E-ferns. And then he had to pair it. Because of the way the pipes go now. Yeah, like he's got copper on the outsides. Does that even overlap? It does, yeah. But yeah, it had to be paired because he has copper and iron on the outside, and there's beacon sharing, right? And those go down the exact middle of each side. So if it wasn't paired, you'd have, you know, the pipes overriding each other. Every time I talk about Andy's shit, he's not here, and then when I'm not talking about shit, his shit, he's always here, I swear to God. Furnace is making furnace? Yeah, I know. The machines are assembling themselves! The human race is becoming obsolete. Alright, so since his is not clocked, it doesn't make sense to compare it to the version I have that's partially clocked. It's actually decently clocked. You know, I actually did clock a good part of the bottom, too. Yeah. Yeah, we did clock a good part of the bottom. We can maybe try to improve that, assuming we're sticking with that. Is that the only other purple we're going to look at today? We had... Let's just, in the spirit of good faith, let's take a look at some others. So this is Comrades. Bottom is the standard. That looks good. He's got 3 to here. It is 6 belted, though, I can tell. At least 6. There's so much belt on going on in here. Holy shit. Yeah, there's so much going on in here. I mean, I guess we can UPS test his as well. So we'll test Comrades as well. We'll just look through the others. If I can instantly tell from looking at it it's not going to be as good, we're going to dismiss it outright. But if it looks like it might have potential, then we'll consider it. Yeah, Comrade also had the beacon tiling. That was the other thing Andy was trying to do. He was trying to reduce it to 5 belts. But that was actually the challenge I kind of issued to the community after this was designed. Where it was like, you know, can anyone try to see if they can make a purple with shared beacons? And a few people actually came up with designs, and then we got tied up doing other things, and I never, like, fully evaluated them. So I guess that day is today. But yeah, these two have nice tileable beacons. Obviously, my OG design did not. But yeah, Comrades does seem to have the nice tileable beacons. So I think we should evaluate his fairly as well. Obviously, none of these are clocked. Nobody clocks their designs. Rayjav's, I think, was a bit older. Like, he designed this, like, before we did the whole 2026 blades. What the fuck is... Oh, he's got car sorting and shit, too. Yeah, that's definitely not going to be the efficient way of doing that. Because now you're moving these GCs twice. So I can already tell that's significantly less efficient. And furthermore, he's got the old layout where, you know, instead of the foundry spine, which is becoming a pretty standard thing you'll see on these, like, you know, modern blades. These 2026 blades that everyone, including me, is designing. So yeah, this one is not, I can tell right away, it's not going to make the cut. So we won't waste our time with that one. Sorry, Rajav. He was in chat a minute ago, wasn't he? Or maybe not. I'm just going mad. Matthew had a blade as well, which was very similar to mine. I remember that. I think he did manage beacon sharing. No, it's not shareable. The bottom looks good. 3-to-1 on the furnaces. 4 module makers, the standard blocks. Yeah. I mean, Match's design, like, is very close to mine. In terms of how, you know, he just has his beacons more smushed in. So we can test his. I'm gonna go ahead and drop Rayjav's, I guess, from the book. I've been meaning to clean some of this shit up. And as we, you know, this is a significantly older design. Those are the ones that should be on the chopping block. So this is Sharks. Yeah, shark with legs. This was his. The bottom looks good. I mean, the middle looks good too. Yeah, it looks pretty standard. Yeah, again, very similar. We can give it a fair test. And this, I don't remember whose it was. They didn't put their name on it, and I just don't remember. Does it match anyone's? It does match somebody's. It's this one. That's Comrades, isn't it? Yeah, that's Comrades, wasn't it? Okay, well, there's the answer to that. So we can cut that. We're not testing the Vulcanist builds. And that's the clocked one over here, which will replace that eventually. Alright, 5 candidates. Mine, Andy's, Comrades, Matthews, and Sharks. No clocking UPS test. Since I already have my blade clocked and none of the others are, and clocking is ass, we will run with mine unless one of these is significantly better. Like, I would say it has to be at least, like, 10% better, at least, for me to go through the fucking headache of clocking something new. If it's less than 10%, I don't give a fuck. Okay, I need to get a hotbar set up in this damn sandbox. Give me a second. Let me get the damn thing set up. I'm using this box more and more. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Hanu. Looking impressive. Yeah, we're about to do a bit of a UPS competition here. Testing a few designs. I should put these, like, on the bar, honestly. Anything else that should be there? No. Wait, this icon is actually there now? Was that always there? Okay, what did I forget? Well, let me do it a bit smaller in case some of the other blades are actually a smaller size than mine. Alright, and give me that as well. Over there. Everbane, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Factorio stream with great taste in music. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I need to have, like, a counter. Don't I? Every time somebody mentions something about the music in this channel, we need to, like, add one to the counter. Started at, like, 1,000 or something. To account for all the past messages. Okay, so let's go 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20. Well, you know what? Let me do it in like groups of 5 so that they don't all line up. We want the inserters, you know, to not all be activating at the same time. And if I place them in one big thing, so we'll place it down in groups of 5. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20. Well, I guess I'm still going to copy the whole thing because otherwise this is going to take forever. Whatever. We'll just do 4 big blocks. Because yeah, otherwise it's going to take forever. Okay, so that's 25, 50. Oh my god, the fucking map is not like updating quickly enough and they can't tell where I'm placing it. Oh, did I? Yeah, it's 3. It's 3 too high. I just need to cut 3. Alright, there, that should be good. Alright, if I select all that. Yeah, that's exactly 100. Okay. Maybe I should be doing... Oh, I fucking did it here. Wait, what did I do? Holy shit. I can't copy-paste, man! I need to go back to kindergarten and fucking, like, eat more Elmer's glue. Because apparently I didn't get enough in my, enough nutritional value out of it the last time I went through. Give it some time to warm up. What's going on? I remember purple taking like a million years to back up. Here, let me just zoom in down here and run it for a minute or two. The modules have to back up completely, and then like the eFerns have to start backing up before it gets like proper. This and yellow have a very, very long warm-up period. I'm not seeing as many red lights on OBS anymore, so hopefully we're good now. I'm still showing a lot of drop frames now, but yeah, the connection's showing green, so hopefully it was just a temporary thing either on my ISP's end or Twitch's end. Yeah, it does help if it's fully saturated. Because basically when it's fully saturated, the game can just treat the entire belt as one entity. Just going like, okay, it's fully saturated at point A and then fully saturated at point B. What happens in the middle just doesn't matter. So it doesn't have to track what's going on in the middle. Unless you actually like look at it and the game needs to render it. But it's just treated as one entity. When you have gaps, the game has to track all the locations of every gap. Which is why if you have like long belts especially, you want to have them be fully compressed. Like if you're running belts across the map, make sure they're compressed. Yeah, it's good now. Yeah, there's lots of like little things like that. It's actually on my notes. I was about to like write. I was about to say, I need to make that. I mean, I'm needing to make like a basics of UPS optimization video at some point that just talks about like UPS optimization 101. I meant to make it last year, but I was about to like just say like I need to add that to my notes of things to I mention in that video, and I looked at my notes and it's already fucking there. It's already fucking there. But yeah, I need to make a list of all like the minor, non-super technical clocking stuff. All right, so let's zoom in. At this big patch. We'll be zooming in on this little corner here. All right, so let's write these things down. Ruben, congrats on your 75. Very nice. I would love that video. Yeah. Max transport line length is 200? No, it's got to be higher than that. 200 is higher than that. Oh, it's 2500. That's just the default. I didn't change that at all. Yeah, I didn't fuck with that value. We don't care what that is anyway. We're looking at this. About 240. So this is Hobbit, no clock, 240. Pretty much 240 on the dot. That's, yeah, a little dips here and there, but very consistent 240. Sometimes a little higher, sometimes slower. But yeah, we can definitely say that's a 240. Okay, I get 240. How goes it? It goes. We're tackling the purple elephant in the room. Since the yellow elephant is dead. Alright, next up. Andy. So if one of these is better than mine, I'm kind of expecting it to be this one. But we'll see. Petroleum. Copper. Iron. And his stone config is a little different, so... This fucking Cole. And he puts too much goddamn belts in his designs by default. Okay. Cross wiring? Yeah, I mean, yeah. When we get to that point. Right now, I just want to check the other purple builds that we never looked at, the ones other people did. Because a lot of these builds that people made were made in response to me kind of prompting the community to make a tileable purple blade. That was an improvement to my OG one. But then we got like super distracted with like other shit, and I never evaluated them. So we're going through them. So here's Andy's, which saturated very quickly actually. Alright, his is in pairs of 2, so this is a little more awkward to test. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. We'll do 5 rows of 20 on this. Yeah, so that's 10. That's 20. $20, $40, $60, $80, and what should be 100, yeah. I can check real quick by selecting them all and looking at the number of turbo loaders. Yeah, 100. Even if Andy's is really similar, I might be tempted to use it because of the fact it runs only off 5 belts and not 6. I think the fact it might run off 5 belts and not 6 might make it really hard to clock, though. Because if he's only running 5 stone belts, that means the stone is probably, like, down to a trickle at the end. Yeah. So that might wind up actually being, like, very difficult to clock. Oh, he's gapping. Wait, did he actually finish designing this? Or is this an unfinished design I need to do some work on? Yeah, he's gapping. Maybe it's okay. Just need some more time. Oh, that's some pretty big gap that just appeared. Well, let me check to see what it's at even with the gaps. Basically the same. Oh, I need to turn that shit off. Long ago? I remember Will telling me once that there actually is like a maximum belt limit At which point, if you exceed it, like, it will just completely torpedo your UPS. But it's like very, very high. Like they had some insane belt lengths. I don't remember exactly what it was, what the length was. Yeah, it's pretty much 240, like almost on the dot. Maybe 245. Yeah, you could argue it's maybe slightly better than mine, but it's a very marginal difference. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I would say like 242. I wouldn't even say 245. It's barely higher, but if it's gapping, then that's a different story. Is it still gapping, or did it saturate? It might be good now. Some of these designs are very finicky unless they've had time to run for a while. I don't see any more gaps. Yeah, I don't see any more gaps. Turn on transport lines? Why? I have eyes. I can spot a gap on a belt like a fucking eagle flying at 500 feet can spot a mouse hiding in the bush, okay? I am an apex predator of gapped belts. Eagle ain't using no debug mode. No, there's definitely no gaps. Yeah, he's good. Just has a really long shot time. Alright, so Andy gets a barely higher score, but yeah, I mean, barely. Oops, what did I pick up? Yeah, whatever. Evolutionarily optimized Megabase or something like that. Thousands and thousands of generations of Megabasers lived and died in order to produce me, the pinnacle of Megabase evolution. Alright, what's next? Comrade. I have a feeling these are all just going to be stupidly close. And we're just going to wind up working on clocking my original design. Because that one's... Whoops. Because that one's already, like, mostly clocked. Fuck's sake. Which side's which? I didn't label his pipes. This is copper. Yeah, his fucking pipe connections go out to the side. So that means this must be iron. keep fucking Control Xing instead of Control Cing. Alright, Ray Jav. Didn't I already clock it? Yeah. I clocked mine. But we kind of forgot about the other purple builds. That's what we're dealing with right now. Yeah, it seems like everyone's fucking purple build has a long saturation time. Let me just get it all stamped on. 1. Wait, what? Bro, your shit don't tile! I think I can fix it to be tileable, though. Oh, there he is. We were testing your purple build. Is this yours or Comrades? Oh, this is Comrades, sorry. Yeah, this is Comrades. Yours is next. No, yours got cut. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I forgot. Yours got cut. Because I could tell from the double insertion on the green circuits and the fact that you had the inverted design, the old inverted design where it was like this, that it wasn't going to be the most efficient. If you have an updated version you want to send me, I can test it. Yeah, yours got cut. Because there was no point in UPS testing something I could tell from visual inspection would be worse. But yeah, yours was also like older, right? Yours was made before these like 2026 modern blades that we've made this year. Star Blades, the next generation. Alright, so this is Comrades. But yeah, if you've got an updated one, hit me with it. Or if you want me to just test yours regardless, I can do that, I guess. Just hit me with the best one you've got, is what I'm saying. So this is 10, 20, or sorry, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. The one you're currently using is not mine? Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been starting to clean up my blueprint books a bit. Some of them are getting like way too big. Like I got to the point where I couldn't even update the blades. I couldn't even update the blades book anymore. It was too big to fit on Factorio bin, and that's like literally just the blades only. So I've kind of been cutting some of the designs that I, can immediately tell are a bit older. I'm not really worried about the gaps, Most of these, people have tested well enough. They just have really... Every build that I've thought might have had gap issues just had a really long saturation time instead. They just need time. I mean, it being like nearly 240 with me looking at it is a good sign, I guess. Grab whatever 1A contest. I don't even know what 1A contest. The thing I remember was like when looking at some of the ones that won on A-Bucks contest is a lot of them were designed for non-default settings. Like they were like on-patch builds. And so yeah. And obviously those are all clocked. Of course any of those is going to shit on any of the ones we're running right now. Because all the ones we're looking at right now aren't clocked. But yeah, for those of you who missed it, I did submit the yellow design from yesterday to A-Buck's latest contest. So we'll see how that does. I'm not expecting it to win, right? There's probably some degenerate optimizations that I haven't considered that are probably going to wind up on top. But, you know, if it does well, I'll be happy. Bench yours too? Link it again. Link it again. Did I look at stuff other people do much? From A-Buck's competition, I haven't looked at his shit as much as I should have, honestly. We've kind of been designing off of our own principles and what we've learned. But I'm overall pretty confident in our design philosophies here. Like, we've really done a good job of absolutely maximizing direct insert as much as possible. Yeah, red and green are pretty simple. The red was Ernesto's. Is this one here. Green was mine, cleaned up a little by Andy. But yeah, this is the one we submitted. So we'll see how it does. Hopefully I didn't screw anything up in the submission process. Which was a lot more complicated and technical than I thought it would be. I thought the submission process would be like, just submit a blueprint, that's it. No. I have to submit the blueprint. I have to submit a save file. I have to fill out a form. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Well, this is not good. This is gapping for a long time. Well, I don't know exactly what his testing method was. But, like, the save file he had to submit had it stamped on 12 times. I didn't do the cross-connected clocking in it, though. Mainly because I didn't think about doing it until, like, after I'd submitted it. I did send him a message saying, like, yeah, I'm not sure if you wanted us to cross-connect clock in the multiple version or not. Dude, it's still gapping really hard. This might just not pass the test at all. And yeah, honestly, Nurse here, you're right. I should have done that. I'll do it for the others. Some seem good? No, none of them are good. Yeah, even the ones that seem good still, if they watch them long enough. Like, that's really bad. Yeah, I don't know. I'll let Comrade know when I see him. He usually stops by at least once per day. Although today is Sunday. And Sunday is always weird. Because a lot of people have work on Mondays, so... Yeah, I don't know, man. It's still gapping. It's had plenty of time. I can go to my quiet corner and see. It's less even with the gaps. So his is like 220 and gaps. Yeah, I know it's already work on Monday. But you live like about as fucking east as it gets without being in, you know, China or Japan. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's Sunday, and I'm like, you know, I stream late nights, and I'm relatively close to the international date line, right? Like the international date lines in the Pacific. Like the only people like further west of me that where it's still where it's still Sunday, you know, are like Alaskans and Hawaiians, basically. I think Australia is on the other side of the date line. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, you're actually working, yeah. Yeah, that's why Sunday streams are always a bit weird. Yeah, I mean it's 220, and I think it's still gapping too. Yeah, it's still gapping. I don't know. He needs to check his blueprint. This merger system is shit. Yeah, even the original one is still gapping here. But I don't know what he's thinking with this, like, curl around bullshit. This is objectively bad. Like, this is what it should look like. Something like that. That's how you do the merge. And I'm not saying this as in like this is a better style. I mean, this is the only way to do it. Like these belts, the last one needs more than 2 tiles of output, and should ideally be able to output onto a separate lane compared to the main. Solves a lot of fucking issues. I wonder if that solves his issue. It probably does. No, I'm still seeing gaps. I hear the German. Yeah, it's a good cover though. I mean, Schilling's version is, you know, the OG, but I really like this cover. I like it a bit better than the OG even. I really like this band though. I've seen this band in concert. They were really good. So, yeah. I have pretty high standards for including covers on my playlist, and this one passes. Now, he has some other issues in here that need to be resolved. Seems to be a problem with module production. I'll see if I can quickly resolve them, but we're not going to spend too much time on it. I think he just doesn't have enough beaconage on his modules. Yeah, they're all fully fed. Oh, they're starving slightly on reds. What did he do differently compared to the normal way of doing it? These are 45. His reds are slightly under. Yeah, he didn't do the standard box. Like, he kind of did it, but, like, in a slightly different way. There's a reason this, like, box shape for red circuits is, like, you see it in everyone's fucking design at this point. It's the best way to do red circuits, period, end of story. Yeah, he did a slightly different shape. He's making 1.5 less red circuits per second. And I bet you that's what's causing it in the end. But yeah, this is getting occasional red circuit shortages. And it's causing module shortages down here. So yeah, no matter how long I let it run for, it still gaps. Alright, he needs to address that. But unfortunately, that means it's disqualified. And even if it wasn't, it was performing a bit worse than the others anyway. Alright, Matthew, your turn. Rajav, you gonna link me your shit? You said benchmark yours anyway, and I said link it, and you fucking disappeared. I keep fucking Control Xing, man. Why is there a green inserter here? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. That's not a good sign. Can I even do this, like, next to each other? Nope, that will... Yeah, fuck's sake. I did it backward, didn't I? Already have it? I told you I deleted it. I deleted it because I was cleaning things up. So you need to relink it. Gimme. Get weirded out when the chorus is different? Oh. Close to 0 cover tolerance? I feel like I have a very... I'm very remix intolerant. I can't stand remixes for the most part. I don't think there's like... I think there's like one remix on my entire playlist of 1,000+ songs. But yeah, covers, especially if they're done by bands I like, you know, I tend to judge them pretty harshly. But there's definitely a fair amount of covers I can think of that are better than, you know, the OGs. Here, I can queue up a few. Here, how many of you like Simon and Garfunkel? Holy shit, how many people have covered this song? Holy crap. So many covers. Alright, so here's a cover of Scarborough Fair, which was originally done by Simon and Garfunkel. This is a good one. Synth metal cover. That's not a good gap to see. The outputs, his outputs are shit. Like, very few people are doing the outputs properly. Yeah, like Andy's are okay. And mine are okay. And that's like it. No one else is doing the outputs properly. Oh, you like Apocalyptica? Here, take an Apocalyptica cover next. Doesn't matter, it's already queued. Your fate is sealed. Is it finally saturated, or do I have to DQ another build? Okay, there it is. Yeah, this is definitely better than the one I had. The old one that you linked me, the old one that I had under your name, it had these on the outside. Like, it was like this, with the science in the middle. So that's why I just went ahead and deleted it. I was like, yeah, that's way too old. But yeah, this looks a lot better. We can test this. The hell are these? Why do you have, like, wire color display panels? Whoops. And give it... damn it. Alright, so this is a cover of Heroes by David Bowie, originally by David Bowie. But now covered by Apocalyptica and the lead singer of Rammstein. Danzig wir Helden! Oh, that's Akara's? Oh, okay. Was this the winner of, like, the purple competition? I see lots of wires. It's clearly already clocked. God, it's similar to what we designed. Oh, I don't like this, though. Yeah. So many more entities. But yeah, it actually is a bit higher on DI up here. But yeah, we'll test that one in a minute. One thing at a time. If this is stable, we need to finish testing This was Matthews, right? Yeah. Yeah, this was Matthews. No, wait, he did do his outputs properly? What did he do? What is even going on? I don't know. It seems to be good, though. Yeah, he did do it properly. I thought he was just double outputting here. But I didn't see this one is bypassing like that. This is technically the last lab. Even though it looks like this is the last producer, this is actually the last one. Because of the way he's done the belting. But yeah, it looks good. Alright, so let's run it down. There's your German for you, by the way. Did the music counter start? No. Well, what do you mean by counter? Like counter for how many times I get complimented on music? No. I haven't started that yet. Let me do this thing, yeah. Alright, and it definitely takes a while to saturate, so let's let that run for a bit. +1? Thanks. I'll figure out how to do a counter. I don't even... I'd have to start it at something that's not 0, though. I don't even know. Probably, like, start at, like, 500 or something, and that would be, like, a conservative estimate. And I'll figure out how to do a counter. Here, I'll make a note of it. It's not really your jam? I'm not that big a fan of them either, but that's a good cover. You know. I'm trying to think of what other good covers that I know of off the top of my head that I could play. Yeah, I will scroll through things really fast. There's actually a bunch of duplicates in here, I just realized. I'm cleaning a bit up. Like I have Dancing with Myself in here twice. Spark of Ignition was in here twice. I just deleted 3 songs. This thing needs to fucking... Well, I can't run it faster than like 4x or so. Yeah, I don't have that many covers in here, I think. Dude, there's so many duplicates. Oh, I know what happens. I know why these duplicates keep getting added. It's where there's like multiple versions on fucking Spotify. And I see it without the check mark and I just add it instinctively. Yeah, there's not many. There are not many, that's for sure. Dude, this thing takes forever to fucking saturate, Jesus. This might be the longest out of all of them. So it finally stopped gapping? Nope, still gapping. Yeah, I've found 5 duplicates so far, just scrolling through this. 6. I just found another. Yeah, that was one I added like 4 hours ago. Yeah, it happens like when I click on a band, and they've uploaded this song more than once under more than one album. And I see like the newer one, and it's like no green check marks. I'm like, oh, I don't have this one. And I add it without realizing that the older one's already there. That's how like 90% of these duplicates get there. Like just that was Boulevard of Broken Dreams by Green Day. Like I just fucking added that 4 hours a day ago, and like I just realized that was a duplicate. Yeah, I'm not finding a lot of covers. I was like, here, let me scroll through here while we're waiting for this shit to saturate. And see if I can find some, Okay, found another one. And another one. Apparently everything by Kite was duplicated. Yeah, I mean, this will take me forever. I'm only at L, by the way. Going from A to Z. Whatever, you get the idea. If I think of one, I'll play it. Exit Eden? Not familiar with them. That actually reminds me, do I actually have the Eyes of Eden songs on this playlist? Or did I never add them? They're actually not on here, holy shit. Oh no, they are. Yeah, there's only like 2 songs anyway. Alright, we can't wait forever. Is this thing gonna saturate or not? I think it's good. Yeah, it looks good now. Yeah, the warm-up time on some of these purples is like literal like half an hour of actual game time kind of thing. Alright, so this was Matthew's build. But we'll check it. Whoa, Matthews is actually winning. What the fuck? Yeah, Matthews is actually winning. $260. That's the first one that's significantly better than mine. It's not quite 10% better. It's a little under 10%. But it's the first one to show any, like, appreciable difference. Yeah, Matthews is 260. Okay. Nope, I just saw it dip right as I was about to. No, that's pretty consistently 260. We call that 260. Let's take a closer look at it. So it is a 6-stone belt design. You had to put the power poles on the outside, but if we switch to mediums, we can fix that pretty easily. I can't even actually tell why his is slightly better. There's no clocking in it, is there? No. No, it's unclocked. Yeah, I mean, it's so fucking similar to the OG, too. Yeah, 163, 185. Slightly slower on his science makers, but the ratio still works out to be enough. These are like fucking identical too. You know? 10 a second, 10.5 a second. 3 to 1. 80.5, 91.9, 57, 73. If anything, most of his machines are actually slower than mine, if not almost all of them. Which is a bit counterintuitive. Usually faster machines is better. Almost like actually having things super precisely ratioed winds up giving you a little bit of a boost or so. But I would think that would immediately get undermined as soon as you clock things. Okay. Underground's a better, similar. There's no functional difference. But if you're picking up from a belt or dropping onto one, you're better off going off a straight. Like... Like, this is better than this. Well, especially if you're dropping. But really both. But yeah. Actually, I think picking up might matter more than dropping. Because it takes like one more tick to pick up from an underground than a straight. How much beacon? 136 versus 222. Holy, I have almost 100 more beacons. Yeah, I've nearly double the beacon count per blade and mine beacons are not tileable. Like, I can't tile that on this, they're tileable. Or, wait, no, his aren't tileable either. What am I saying? Yeah, no, it's like it was on the outside, yeah. Yeah, his are not tileable. Beacons are supposed to reduce UPS costs by making machines faster. At least that's been the wisdom. Yeah, 260. Two left. So we have sharks. Who set up way too much crap. Oh, you're copper. So you have to be iron, petroleum. Coal. Why does it recalculate that fucking often? What the fuck? Shouldn't it, like, only recalculate? It should, like, only recalculate when you place or remove a beacon. Or if you drop on, like, power or something. Like, I don't know why it would recalculate every, like, 2 ticks. It should recalculate only when you place a beacon. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then only recalculate if power gets low. If it's because of power, then, like, why are you recalculating all the time? If power isn't green, don't recalculate. If it drops to low power, then yeah, recalculate. Why are you not running? There's a second iron pipe. Loop over all beacons. All these technical explanations. Thwarting sanity. I'm just gonna go ahead and fix his outputs. Like, it's such a quick fix, and yeah, that saturates pretty fast. Yeah, it was a very fast saturation, actually. Alright, so this was sharks. but I don't think I've seen in a while. So he's not going to know we're judging his build. 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, are people like being sponsored to promote Captain of Industry? I swear to God, out of all the fucking random factory type games people just randomly suggest to me, like, I've been suggested Captain of Industry, like, probably more than all the other ones combined. Like, the amount of times someone just randomly fucking, like, mentions Captain of Industry, even when we're not talking about other games, is too damn high. It almost feels like there's, like, a fucking AstroTurf campaign going on. A relatively new game? We've looked into it before. The last time I looked into it, it was getting, like, hammered on the reviews. Because they were releasing like paid DLC when the game was still in early access. But yeah, it's on the list of games that I'll try at some point. I don't think I've bought it yet. It is 30% on sale right now. Which is basically the cheapest it's ever been, but it goes on sale pretty often. Very often. It's like on sale pretty much a third of the time. But yeah. This is what they got hammered for, I remember. I guess the reviews have recovered. Because it was mixed last time I looked at it. But yeah, they were releasing like $10 paid DLC when the original game is in early access. Which means it really seems like it's one of those games that's going to be like, you know, $500 with all the DLC in a couple years. But yeah, it's not a good sign that the game's still in EA and it's already got paid DLC. It's not that new? Yeah, no, it's 4 years old at this point. There's no demo or anything. Yeah, it's already on my wish list. But yeah, we can try it at some point. Yeah, this is what they were getting roasted for. Yeah, it's still in EA and paid DLC. Most of the other reviews seem positive, though. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much all the negative reviews are talking about the paid DLC and early access. Yeah, every negative review is pretty much only talking about that. All the other reviews seem positive, though. Barely a negative review. Surely 22 is not 4 years ago? I hate to break it to you, man. It was actually 8 years ago. It's 2030. But yeah, last time we looked at it was, yeah, right when this got released. And it was getting hammered with negative reviews right after it got released. And it's Star Citizen. Dude, I actually backed Star Citizen when it originally got announced. And then, like, I don't even know what's going on with that game these days. But, I fell for it like everyone else did. I think I got like the $50 pack or something. I can't remember. There's some little fucking starter ship out there waiting for me. It wasn't on Kickstarter. I can't remember where I backed it. But yeah. I haven't backed any other game since then until Dorf. But yeah, I actually did choose to back Dorf on Kickstarter. Because it's, like, by far the best looking, you know, highest potential RTS out there right now. Anyway. No, that's bullshit, Melon. Dude, you're way too fucking drunk on the StarCraft Kool-Aid. You're not even drunk, you're like drowned in it. You're pickled. You are well pickled. Shriveled up. After being brined in the StarCraft juice for fucking like 3 fucking decades. Like, I can't take your opinion on non-StarCraft RTSs seriously after hearing your opinion about Command & Conquer, okay? Anyone who doesn't have, like, you know, a highly esteemed opinion of CNC, I just can't take seriously. Devs make casual RTS to bring in the masses and they listen to pros? I don't think that's what's going on at all in the RTS scene these days. I think the biggest issue with the RTS scene these days is devs try to get like too fancy. They think they gotta like innovate in the micro or innovate in terms of like, you know, making really fancy over-designed units or some other ridiculous mechanics. Like, nobody can just make a normal, straightforward fucking RTS anymore. Like, they try to over-design it. I think that's the biggest issue. I think that's the biggest issue. Yeah, exactly. Everyone keeps trying to reinvent the wheel. Like, no, just make a good fucking wheel. Stop trying to make it octagonal or fucking, like, hexagonal or some shit. Just make a goddamn normal, well-designed wheel and people will come. Like, Tempest Rising, I feel really screwed up in that regard. Not only were they missing like tons of like genre standard UI features, but they had lots of like really fucking absurd unit design. They had like lots of like unbalanceable concepts, like same way StarCraft 2 did. Like I could tell from a lot of their unit design, like I was like, yeah, you're never gonna be able to balance that. Like for like the Nod style faction, they made their endgame vehicle like a ball, like a rolling ball that just rolls into things and hits them. Like those kinds of units are never balanceable in these kinds of games. They either die before they get to their targets, or they just fucking just smash everything. And they're just never balanceable, like, ever. Like, CNC3 did a much better job making factions, like, asymmetric when they, more standardized the faction design. Like, in original CNC and Tiberian Dawn, if we're talking about Tiberian series only, like, OGTD, Nod was very much a hit-and-run faction. And GDI was, like, the big muscle faction. The heaviest tank Nod had was, like, the light tank. Meanwhile, GDI had shit like Mammoth Tank. Like, the lightest GDI tank could beat, like, the heaviest Nod vehicle. And that was, like, a very specific asymmetric design. And that carried through all three games, although the degree of the asymmetry lessened throughout the three. Like, GDI base defense in TD was weaker than Nod's. That got flattened out a bit. And yeah, in CNC3, Nod got like a relatively heavy ground vehicle. But they did a good job of making him like asymmetric, in that game. Like GDI had Mammoth Tanks, Nod had its bipedal walkers, and then Scrin had tripods. Like it was really good unit design. Fucking what's it called? I'm blanking out on the name already. Tempest Rising. It's like, nah, man, we want a hamster ball. Without even a hamster, man. Imagine having a ball rolling into other units and there's not even a hamster controlling it. That might have redeemed it a bit. But yeah, too much of devs getting fancy, not sticking to the basics, bad unit design. Like, that's what kills a lot of modern RTS games, I feel. Not because they're listening to the pros, they're listening to the noobs. Although, let's not forget, listening to the quote-unquote pros is why StarCraft 2 wound up being trash. But it's because they listened to Team Liquid. Like, Team Liquid is literally responsible for why StarCraft 2 is the shape that it's in. They're directly responsible. They share a very big part of the blame. Regular Joes can't play RTS? They can, though! They can! This whole idea that regular Joes can't play RTS is such a tired, like, cliche that is just completely wrong. You can play an RTS at any skill level. Like, saying regular Joes can't play RTS because you're watching some competitive tournament and are like, oh, a regular Joe cannot do this. Is the same as like watching like a high-end Counter-Strike tournament and going like, oh, regular people can't do this. Regular people don't have the reflexes to do this. A regular person can never play Counter-Strike. Anybody can play these games. There are lower levels. There are lower ranks. You can play Counter-Strike at like a casual level and get matched with other people who also play at a casual level and enjoy your casual games together. It's the same thing with an RTS. It's the exact same RTS. By that same logic, a regular Joe can't enjoy any competitive game. Like, games like StarCraft, originally got big because, they were easy to get into as, like, a casual player. It was relatively easy for, like, an average, random person to understand what was going on. And then they could, build up their skills from there. But yeah, this whole idea of like, you need to listen to the casuals and you need to listen to the fucking pros. No, you shouldn't be listening to fucking either. You should be looking carefully at old past games that were successful and looking at what they did and they didn't do. You should have a clear design philosophy. And you need to be good at the fucking game and to design a game. Like, you can't design like a good RTS unless you have developers that actually understand RTS. And, you know, if you understand RTS, you're obviously going to be fairly good at it. There's too many devs out there that just, like, are really bad at video games, but still choose to make a video game. And this really shows really badly in some genres. Like, in genres like FPS and, like, RTS especially. Like, if the devs are bad at the game, it shows very, very quickly, very clearly. Because it winds up missing, like, lots of key features that are, like, genre standard, especially in the competitive scene. Again, Tempest Rising was really bad for this. Tempest Rising was the RTS I was most hyped for. You know, for years. I was like, I can't wait for this game to come out. I'm going to be playing it like crazy. And then the demo came out, and it was just garbage. Missing tons of UI standard features, like shitloads of them. It was basically unplayable. I downloaded the demo. I'm like, oh, I'm going to spend like half an hour like quickly learning the factions and getting my keybind set up. And then I'm going to go on ladder and kick some ass. I made it like 20 minutes in and I'm like, where are all the binds? There are no fucking binds. Like, I can't bind things in this game. Like, he's missing all the fucking key bindings. I couldn't even set up my fucking hotkeys. I couldn't even enjoy playing a skirmish because the UI was so bad. And that's because the Tempest Rising developers were just people who were bad at video games. They enjoyed RTS, but they were bad at it. So they didn't know what it took to make a good RTS. Every, like, actual decent RTS player I've known of who has looked at Tempest Rising had the exact same complaint. Like, the UI is just not there. Like, I remember watching Tasteless. Like, you guys all know who fucking Tasteless is, I'm sure. I remember watching him play Tempest Rising, and I was like, oh, this would be interesting. I really want to see what his opinion was. He had basically the same opinion as me. He played it for like half an hour, and then went right back to StarCraft. Like, he was planning on playing it all stream, and instead he played it for like half an hour, went right back to StarCraft, and his complaint was like, yeah, just not really vibing with the UI. And I'm like, yep, it's garbage. It's fucking garbage. Okay. Yeah, you guys got me ranting about RTS again in the middle of a fucking Factorio stream again. CNC played at my father's job PC in 1996. I mean, it came out in 1995, so that tracks. But yeah, I'm talking about all the CNC games, including TD. You miss Warcraft 3 with all the modded game types? I think a lot of people do. Hey, Pappy. No, I haven't tried Beyond All Reason yet. It's on my list of things that I need to try, though. I actually had it installed on my old PC, like, forever. But never got around to trying it. But yeah, it does have potential, yeah. Beyond All Reason is more the Subcom style, though. Than, like, the CNC or StarCraft style. I wanted SC2 to become C 1.5. I mean, I wouldn't have agreed with that statement before SC2 came out. But now that it's out, yeah, like, I think, like, SC2 should have been SC 1.5. It should have had, it should have been StarCraft with, like, multiple building selection and infinite unit selection. Fixing the UI problems of StarCraft. And then maybe, like, with a few unit changes. Instead, they fucking just screwed up everything. That's what the Liquid forums were? No. The Liquid forums were screeching at the top of their lungs that, like, StarCraft 2 is going to be ruined because you can select you can select multiple buildings. StarCraft 2 is going to fail because you can select, you're not limited to 12 units. Like, that was what those fucking chimpanzees were screeching about during the entire fucking beta phase of SC2. I would know. I was a member of the Team Liquid forums. And I remember just the fucking literal fucking just ape-like screeching about the StarCraft 2 UI and how having a modern UI was going to be bad and there wasn't going to be enough APM for all the pros and people were going to be sitting there with nothing to do, which is a completely delusional take, utterly divorced from reality, because it's an RTS. There has never been an RTS released where you run out of things to do, because as soon as you get past the 5-minute mark, there's always more things that you can do than you can keep up with. Unless it's like Warcraft 3 and capped at like fucking like 90 units or some shit. They were screeching about it, and that's why we got the macro mechanics. That's literally why we got the macro mechanics in SC2. You want to blame someone for Larva Inject, Chrono Boost, and Mule, which have completely destroyed all racial identity in StarCraft 2? And been so strong they had to balance the entire game around those dumb mechanics? Not to mention them being like not really fun to engage with? Like, yeah, it's all of Team Liquid's fault. Fuck Team Liquid as a community. Fuck those people. They have no idea what it takes to make a good RTS. Balancing game for casuals and people playing in a job, being different choices need to be made. Not really, though. Not really. Like, not really. Like that's always one of those statements that's made like in abstraction, like it's an axiom or something. Give me an example of a change that needs to be made, for pros. That's, give me like an example. Like, concrete that abstraction. But this idea that, like, oh, a game has to be balanced for casuals or for pros, I think that's a false dichotomy. I think that's absolutely a false dichotomy. I don't agree with that at all. Played StarCraft, played the campaigns, custom matches against computers. Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat right now. Let me catch up. I was kind of ranting. This is the usual fucking Hobbit RTS rant. It's your fault, though, not mine. I can't control it. The thing is, like, the macro is still there. It's just less tedious. That's the fucking issue. It's just way, way, way less tedious. Like, StarCraft 1 is a game that's more about fighting, like, the shitty UI than playing the actual game half the time. That's, like, why I, like, never got, like, super into SC1 competitively. Because, like, I was like, I can't stand the fucking, like, single building select and, like, limited unit select. It's just annoying. Especially when games had, like, unlimited unit select that came out before StarCraft did. It wasn't like a thing of the times technology limitation. It was a deliberate game design decision. Dyson Sphere program releasing without a blueprint system? Wait, really? I'm assuming that it has one now, right? Because that's the game we're going to next, so it better fucking have one. But yeah, Satisfactory. Yeah, we've talked about the Satisfactory blueprint system many times. I'm not going to repeat it. I'm sure you guys have heard my shit on that. Is the only one real Cybersport game since there's zero RNG? Yeah, I mean, that's why it's, like, exploded and become such a huge esport. Oh, wait. Like, yeah, I mean, I agree that, like, having, like, zero RNG is essentially a good thing in the game, but there's so many other things wrong with that game. Because, yeah, like, I mean, SC1 has some RNG in it, for sure. Both in terms of the pathing and, like, units shooting to high ground. But SC1's competitive scene is bigger than SC2 still. The all-army hotkey was not in the game when SC2 launched, Melon. It came out much, much later. Purple Science? I mean, yeah, we're at like 250 here. I guess that's what we'll put down for this one. So this is a Sharks. I've never played League of Legends, ever. There's nothing wrong with that, though, Melon. I mean, well, like, okay, it shouldn't have 100% pick rate in pro, but there's nothing wrong with a hero being underpowered at low levels, but like balanced at higher levels, because you can always get better to improve your skill. The opposite is much more problematic. If you have a hero that's good at low levels and then bad at high levels, it basically means the better you get as a player, the worse that hero becomes. So yeah, ideally you have, you know, a more balanced spectrum, but you can't like balance around like bad players not knowing how to play, right? Like a hero having like a balanced pick rate at high levels and no pick rate at low levels is not really that problematic. It just means you need to get better before you play that hero. The reverse is far, far, far more problematic. Because it basically means, you know, the better you get, the worse, you know, you become. With that, you know, relatively speaking, compared to your competition. So yeah, this was Sharks. Oh, fuck. Yeah, we'll give him 250. It's less than Matches. Matches is the only one that's really come out ahead over the existing ones. I'm surprised Andy's didn't. Andy's was basically neck and neck with mine. Okay, just for completionist sake and because Rajaf sent it, I'll do Akara's. So this one is clocked. So this one will be higher than, you know, the other ones we just did, but we can compare it to the clocked one that I have. But yeah, this one is clocked. It's no beacon sharing though. It was pro versus ladder? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I never played League of Legends. Like all I know about League of Legends is from Arcane. That's it. Like that's the full extent of my League of Legends knowledge. It's from Arcane, which had a really good season 1 and then completely shit the bed on season 2. Like, I actually can't believe how far that show fell from season 1 to season 2. Like, they actually had, like season 1, I was recommending to everybody I knew. I was like, yeah, like, I know it's, like, League of Legends IP, but I don't even play League of Legends, and I just watched the show. And season 1 was actually really good, and then season 2 was so fucking bad. Alright, so this one's in, pairs as well. So that's going to be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Whoops. Oh, I merged those pipes. I kind of want to keep them separate. Because that's how I was doing it in the other ones. They're all separate unless it's a paired. Yeah, so let's do it like that. Making a good game and making it that will result in pro matches. The reason, like, I don't really, like, agree with that kind of statement is the best competitive games, all the best pro games have all been games that were, like, excellent at a casual level, too. And they've all been games that weren't designed to be, like, competitive games to begin with. StarCraft was never designed to be a competitive game. Counter-Strike was never designed to be a competitive game, right? Like, you know, these are games that are very enjoyable at a low level and a high level, and they were never designed to be competitive games to begin with. So that's why I feel like it's a bit of a, like, you know... It's kind of a bit of an like an intellectual trap, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, that is a 10, right? That's 12. Whoops. Alright, that's 20. And we'll just do 5 rows. So we're doing 5 by 20 here. Because it's in pairs. So it's a little harder to break up. Fuck. Oh my god, we have biters here. Oh, it's actually blocking me. How do I just delete it? How do I just fucking delete it? There we go. What part's Uncharted? Okay, there we go. There's 5. Yeah, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 20 is 100. Sky likes anime. Is Arcane even anime? I don't consider it to be anime. Let's let you get saturated. I think it's good. Yeah, I mean, it's a good bit higher as expected, but yeah, as I said, this one's clocked. $310? 300? 310? I'll say like 305. By running the simulation as fast as we can and seeing how fast the game can actually run it with 100 fully stacked belts being produced. So yeah, we put down 100 copies of each blade and then juice it, and the rest of the sandbox is completely empty. Yeah, we'll say like 305. It's going to be between 300 and 310. Let's say 305. Oh yeah, it's in pairs. I forgot about that part. I just wanted to look at what all is clocked in here real quick. Yeah, he didn't clock these. That's what I wanted to see. It was if these were clocked or not. He actually did clock this. I'm not sure if that's worth it. But yeah, these, when you've got one rail in it too, it's like impossible to clock that. Looks like he used a slightly different clocking method than what we're used to. Not much clocked up here. Yeah, it's like red circuit input output only. Alright, now for the last one. Mine, except the clocked version. Let's see how much it sucks. Alright, well, let's do it. I should do it copying 5. Why am I copying 10? Yeah, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Underground? Underground where? The pipes? Makes no difference. It really doesn't make a difference. After 3 months? Oh, yeah. Welcome back, dude. Welcome back. I didn't know we had anyone who was actually in Iran. Yeah, I actually read about the internet getting restored like a couple days ago. And if the Americans try anything again, I wish you the best of luck in kicking their asses. And I say this as an American. Fuck this country's imperialistic ambitions. Alright. Let's see what we're at. Like 270? Let's give it a second. It's fluctuating a lot. Oh, it's dropping as low as 250, going as high as like 280. Kind of want to say like 275 or so. Ray Jeff, are you still there? The Akara blueprint you linked me, was that the winner of the purple competition? It's one of the ones from A-Bucks. For default settings patches? Okay, yeah. Well, it definitely looks like there's a bit we could potentially learn from it, I guess. Because, yeah, mine's like, what, like, I would say 275 average. Give or take. Hard to say. I'm seeing it go up to 8 or 9, but also down to 6 or 5. Still feel a lot more variance in mine for some fucking reason. I think his is more thoroughly clocked than mine. Yeah, I think his is more thoroughly clocked than mine, but yeah, I was gonna look at both side by side and see. So we need to get purple settled tonight. Alright, yeah, I've got the output clocked. And the input clocked. He has the same. He did clock the inputs to the rails as well. I think it's lead follower, though, is it? Or is that actually on a clock? Is it? It has one swing for science? I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily better or worse by itself. We do too. Yeah, we do too. I feel like I could have way simplified this. Why did I go with something so fancy here? Regarding the output. Like, why didn't we just do the standard, thing that we do on other blades? Well, it would have been down here. Oh, I kind of say why I did it the way I did it. Yeah, I just put the one in the middle. But, like, I could have done... I could have done something like that. I don't know what's better between these. I don't know if it even makes a difference. I guess I can test it real fast. Since we're here. Actually, wait, this is like way simpler. Like, this is how we usually do it. Yeah, it's like that. That's the usual method. I don't know why I didn't do that. I gotta wait for saturation. I should have done the double output, but it's probably fine. That belt is 3 tiles long. They're done. Shit, if anything, that made it worse. Yeah, we're no longer seeing the 280, 290. Yeah, I guess I'll leave it then. Because that's the only thing I changed. Yeah. That seems to have made it worse for sure. Okay, let's just compare the two. And then decide what we're going to do with our newfound knowledge. Alright, so, yeah, I want to switch back to the other one then, because it seemed to be slightly higher for whatever the fucking reason. So you, and then this one. Yeah, so this is the winner from A-Buck's purple competition. Okay. So our clocks on the bottom are relatively... He's not clocking the stone input. But these here... Where's the clock for you? Are you sure they're clocked? I don't see the clock. It might be lead follower. Donde está la combinator? No, seriously, what the fuck? Where's the governing control for this? Or for this one? Yeah, it's this here. The wire doesn't go any higher than that. There's no combinators down here. It's reading a rail signal from something. But I'm not seeing any reads on any of these. Where is the... Am I just blind? Bottom right? Oh. Okay, this is some... What is going on here? This is not done with ABUC's clocking tool. This is some next level clocking. What is going on here? So he's got a 335 tick clock, and then he's taking that clock signal modulo 56, and then using that result to generate a smaller, faster clock, which cycles pretty quickly every 50 ticks, for which it's enabled for rail for like 2/3 of it or so. That's a least common modulo. The operation is called modulo. Like this operation. That's called modulo. It means to take the remainder. Like 10 modulo 3 is 1, right? That's how it works. Here, I can show you on a calculator. If it even has the function on the basic one. Yeah, like 10 modulo 3. Yeah, as I said, is 1. It divides by a number and then discards the number it gets from that and looks at only the remainder. That's what the function does. It's a bit of a counterintuitive function. I'm going to be honest, I never really had to deal with this function much until I played Factorio. I still remember the first time I ran into it in circuits, I was like, what the fuck is this? But yeah, unless you're like a math major or some shit like that, it's something you probably, haven't run into much or potentially haven't run into at all. But yeah, it's called the modulo function. Who's using XOR? I don't know. I have never used these. Ever. Yeah, I have never used these. I've used all these. I've never designed a circuit myself that used modulo, but I've, used others that used it and built around that once I understood how it worked. I've never had to use exponent. I didn't have to start using these until we started doing packed RGB, and then I started using them quite a bit. And I've never used these in nearly 4,000 hours. Yeah, using in programming a lot, yeah. Programming and math. I am neither a mathematician or a programmer, though. So yeah, he's got some fancy schmancy clocky pants going on here. Built into his purple clock. Yeah, see, my purple is just the science and then the input here. And this is a double tick engage. Yeah, you can see it'll swing both back to back on these two. And it'll be the same here. So he's got a little fancy shit there. And then, yeah, this he did something completely different. This was not generated with ABUX clocking thing. Or if it was originally, he's modified it. Because he's got these 1 and 2 signals, which are going to these outer ones. So he actually does have some multiple signals on wires. And the 2 is out here. I don't know where the 1 is going. Way up here. Surprised that doesn't have just the exact same timing as this. You know what's the one thing I don't like about his design? I don't like how much wasted space there is in the middle. Like, I don't like how wide this is. You know why? Think about it. When you're putting a bunch of these side by side, think about how fast we're going to hit the pipeline extent. Like, because he's got so much wasted space, you're going to hit the extent, like, much more quickly in a much smaller number of blades than with a, you know, more compact, horizontally compact design. Because the width of this... Yeah. Look how much thinner mine is. Mine is actually thinner than his blade, than even just one. Like, not counting all the stone belts to the middle, but, like, my blade actually only goes up to here. Like, it's 1 tile thinner than his. So, yeah, that's the one, like, downside I see of using this. You'll hit the pipeline extents really fast if you start tiling them side by side. I don't know. This is one of those cases where it's like, even though this design is obviously, like, very good, I'd rather just use my own, or honestly something designed by someone in our community that we improve upon, than just, like, lifting, you know... I think this is how, like, you know, new Factorio players feel when looking at my blueprints, right? But yeah. The big improvements that I see that are important, that are probably contributing the most to the UPS gain, is going to be the increased number of entities for higher level of direct insert. Like, he actually has 6. This is the kind of counterintuitive shit that you don't expect. Like, even though if we're aware of it, like, it's the kind of counterintuitive shit you don't expect. Like, it's something like, you know, the example I always use when talking to people about, you know, the entity thing is I use the red science, right? Like, ignore the silos. But this is like, you know, the old red science. And you look at these two side by side, this is significantly more UPS efficient than this. Even though this has way more entities. Like, they both have the same number of red science makers, 12. But these are being fed from, you know, and ignore the fact these are green inserters, just pretend they're white. Everything that moves from these to these has to be moved by inserters twice. First moved onto a belt, then moved onto the assemblers. Here they're only getting moved once. And you would think, but oh, it's so many more entities. Yeah, but they're not active all the time. The total amount of active time between these 6 is the same as the total amount of active time of these 2. Because they produce the same amount of material to be consumed. So yeah, what we're just seeing over here is that same logical design being applied to, you know, purple. It's the same thing here, right? Like, we've applied that principle fairly well, but this is just applying that principle even harder. You know. Instead of 1 cryogenic making plastic, he has 6. Which makes things much more of a headache regarding routing stuff, you know, as well. Because he now has to route both coal and petroleum all the way throughout the blade. Well, throughout, like... Well, I would say... I was going to say half of it, but given how much fucking longer these are... It's more like a third of it. So yeah, he's got that going much further. So it's much more in a route. But yeah, having that 6 cryos is actually more efficient than doing just the one. And you can see the same with the rest, right? I have 2 green chip makers feeding everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. So from 2 green chip makers to 10, 1 cryo to 6. You know, I have a single iron plate maker in the entire build. Only 1. 2 here. 3 copper wire makers. Up to 5. And red circuits from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that number is the same. But yeah, the cryos and the green circuits. Wait. Does this even hit anything? Oh, it hits like the EMPs barely. It's not very often you see beacons in a hexagonal shape. A video to you learn about it? Yeah, the one I'm gonna make probably sometime in the next week or 2. I mean, you can look at A-Buck's content on his channel. A-Buck's entire channel is about UPS optimization in Factorio. And he puts out more YouTube content than I do. Like, his channel's bigger than mine now. I barely fucking make content. I'm fucking terrible at it. But yeah, his channel is exclusively focused on UPS optimization, but it's significant. It's like, it's very much the higher level stuff. I don't even know if he has a basics video available. Like, most of his shit is like, you know, advanced UPS stuff, like UPS college. But yeah, I'm gonna try to make like a UPS high school type video. Hopefully within the next week or 2. I'm skipping my trip to the liquor store tomorrow so I can actually like make YouTube videos, okay? You should be proud. Self-control, baby. I mean, 100 hours is nothing in Factorio. 100 hours in most games would make you a veteran, but in Factorio, you're a fucking newbie still. That's like literal, like, brand spanking newbie level. Yeah, 100 hours is basically nothing. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. Like, it's a very deep and complex game. Like, the builds you're looking at right now have been designed by people with thousands of hours. Alright. So what are we going to do then? So if we're not just going to lift this build, which, you know, I kind of really don't want to. And I also don't know if I want to completely redesign one of my builds with all this shit. Either. Maybe for Megabase 3. But I think it's late for this one. So the way I see it, we have 3 choices. Well, really 2 choices. Yeah. Yeah, they optimized it a lot in 2.0, and then they've done a lot of optimization since then. I remember when I was doing my sandbox testing for the Shattered Planet ship last year, the save wouldn't even run at 60 UPS when running out of the Shattered Planet. But now it runs at like double that. Like, it actually runs at over 60 all the way out there in the sandbox. But yeah, last year I remember it was like, I'd be like 1,000,000 kilometers out and it would drop below 60 even in like an empty sandbox. which is part of why I stopped designing it, because it was taking too long to test. I'd say about 4,000, a little under 4,000. The thing is, we put in a lot of AFK time in the last Megabase, like 700 hours worth. So my Steam hours played is not as accurate as it used to be. But yeah, I would say pushing like 4K. But if you look at the Steam thing, it says 4.5 right now. But, you know, leaving the game running for 3 weeks straight, a month straight, while I do other shit, you know, that doesn't really count as played time now, does it? So we have two options, I think. If we're not going to just lift the blade, the design to the right, and we're not going to refactor my current purple design to incorporate all of that, also because I'm not sure I can reincorporate all that without making it much wider. I don't know. Then we have two choices. We either finish whatever clocking there is to do in the current purple blade, if there is even any left to do, and deploy it, or we try to clock Matthew's design, which seems to be slightly more efficient on the baseline, as well as being a more compact build. But otherwise, it's a relatively small difference in terms of how much more optimized it is. But it does seem to be the slightly better design. So what should we do? What should we do? Should we clock Matthews, or should I just keep working on mine? Yeah, he really shrunk it down a lot. And it's almost identical to mine, too, just more compacted. Like, you know, it's this in the middle, rail, that, like 2 to 1 to 2, all the way up. Steel in the middle, to furnaces. 3 on the outside, 3 on the outside, 3 on the outside. 4 module makers, 4 module makers. The standard red block, times 2. Yeah, he just managed to cut out a lot of beacons, basically. That's the main improvement. It's way less beacons. Yeah, it should be on the blueprint sheet, I think. Updated blades relatively recently. Or did I? Oh, his might not be in there. Really wasn't in there. Didn't I update it at like 5:23? That was like a week. I must have updated it like right before Matthew linked me this one. Yeah, this is your old one. Yeah, this is the one that I threw out. Yeah, this is the one that was originally in there. Rayjav was this one. Because you had this at the end. Where you have these on the outside instead of just having the one column on the inside. That, and you were moving the green chips twice. Yeah, you were moving these green chips twice. You want me to... Should I test it for the memes? Should we look at it for the memes? No? No means yes. Thou shalt be judged! Oh, it's a 5-belt one. Oh, you have the refinery built in? What, you have water being... What is going on here? What? Why do you have cracking? Oh my god. It gets worse the more I look at it. Why are you cracking in a purple blade? You only need petroleum for plastic. Oh my god. Yeah. Bro needs water in his fucking purple blade. Yeah, I'd be surprised if this breaks 200. No, it's not about pure raw material. It's literally just a design mistake. Because all you need is petroleum, so you just use the simple recipe. You use simple cracking. I was gonna cue this song up to the playlist earlier. I was thinking about it. No, it does have a third one. Wait, what is going on? Oh no, it doesn't. What's missing? The coal. Why is your coal being belted? Bro, he's using chem plants. Oh my god. This man is cooked. Whose blueprint was the best? Clearly mine, because I am Factorio designer extraordinaire. How dare you question me? What is even going on? Wait, how come the cars aren't there? Bro. Forget it. Like, too much bullshit. Whose was the best other than me? Of the non-clocked ones, Matthews. The one we were just looking at. This short one. Yeah, this was slightly better. His unclocked version was slightly better than my unclocked. The others were either the same or worse. But yeah, that's not counting the clocked one, obviously. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear most of the UPS improvement is coming from just having, like, way a much bigger design and way more entities. I mean, this thing is, like, twice as tall as Matthews, basically. BP for the wagon rail. I mean, I'm not worrying about it. We know that one is not going to be as good, and we were just testing it for the memes, but I can't be fucked jumping through hoops for that one. What else is even left to clock here? I mean, these always have enough. Like, these are always have 100 in their output. Maybe I should try to clock those. Yeah, and this one literally, I'm surprised that box wound up being efficient. What, between Matthews and mine? It's just mainly lower beacon count. That's like the big thing. Like, buildings are more closely ratioed to how much they need to produce. Like, there's less stop and go, but I mean, as I said, the difference is pretty minor. Yeah, it doesn't really make much of a difference, though. Oh, he still got him in here, too. Yeah. Ugh. I'm gonna be real. Part of me just wants to deploy my clocked version and say, fuck it, good enough. A big part of me. Yeah, but it's unclocked. I'd have to clock the whole fucking thing. Whereas here... Here the modules are already fully clocked. Every inserter is hooked up. And the red chips are fully clocked too. There's nothing more to be done up there. And this top part usually doesn't get clocked because it runs so frequently. That part just isn't allowed to run. So yeah, really the only clocking that's potentially left to do in mine is looking at clocking these. And potentially looking at maybe doing a little more in the furnace factories. No, it would not just work. It's never that simple. If the speeds are even slightly different, it won't work. Yeah, this is 17, this is 15. You know, my E-ferns are 10.5, his are 10 on the dot. Yeah, I can't just lift the clocks. I mean, I can lift the lead followers, I guess. Like, it wouldn't be hard to take this and deploy it here. Or this. But yeah, it's this part that's a pain. Nope. It's different beacons. Yes, 3 beacons, 7, 7. 2 beacons, 9, 9. Yeah, I mean, his has way less beacons. This is 136 beacons. Mine's 224. I have nearly 100 extra beacons, apparently. This is still micro-gapping even after this time, though. Yeah, his takes literally like 500 million years to saturate. Like, it's too tightly ratioed. Yeah, it's still gapping. Mine's been saturated forever. Yeah, still gapping. Yeah, now it's finally good. No, neither tile. And no, it's not possible to make them tile. I mean, if we want to do a tiled one, then we should just use Andes. Because Andes was tileable. But Andes is not clocked either. And Andes was essentially the same score as mine. So UPS-wise, it's basically the same fucking thing. I don't know. I kind of just want to finish clocking mine, deploy it, and then maybe next week when we're scaling to 10 million, if we really, really, really just cannot get under 60 UPS, then maybe revisit it at that point. But yeah, right now I just really want to. I'm leaning toward that. I mean, this is a non-on patch one. This is A-Bucks. This is from A-Bucks competition. It's not his per se, but it's from his competition. This was the winner of the default settings patch size. What's happening today? We're dealing with the purple elephant in the room. Deciding what to do with purple. And I'm pretty heavily leaning toward just clock my own and just deploy it. at this point. Because it's the least amount of work. And I am getting lazy. Here. I'll do this. I'll do this. Enjoy a 2-minute poll while I go use the bathroom. And I will completely ignore whatever you vote for and just do whatever I want. But you can vote anyway. – 3-1 Saints clock it from scratch. I knew you guys were going to vote for that. Whoops, I just closed my chat on accident. Shit. How do I get it back? Oh, there we go. Yep. Yeah, starting as of this Megabase, they're all on YouTube. Yeah, let's just clock mine. Although, we'll keep this in mind if we wind up having UPS issues at some point. Because Purple is a pretty big UPS consumer. So, yeah. Alright, let's do this. Oh, hold on. I need to, I probably want the sidecar again right now. Where am I going? Where am I going? There it is. Alright, let's just do it in here. Okay, so can I even generate something like this? Like, will that even generate properly? Eight copies, yeah. Uh-oh. Well, do it like this, actually. Hold on. Do it like this. Just select... like half only. That might be easier. How are you missing input inserter for electric and furnace? What? I did select it. Right? I selected it like that. Yeah, that's the inserter for electric furnace. It's still giving the error. What? Why did it's just not appearing for some reason? Like, it should be there. And then this should be there. Yeah. Select it. How do I select it? Select it. Select it! Oh my god, dude. Like, I appreciate the fact that Abug made this clocking tool to make clocking easier, but I also kind of hate him at the same time, because, like, what is going on? Why can't I select? Yes, select item, electric furnace. Press enter. Press E. Like, why won't it select? Why won't it select, man? Oh. I hit the fucking X on that and now it fucking auto put him in. Okay. What's the other thing missing? Rail is missing input inserter for iron stick. Let me just put it in manually. Yeah, iron stick. Productivity is 300, yeah. I know it's not. The iron stick productivity is 150. The crafting speed is 180.8. Type machine. And then we need to add an inserter. Iron stick to rail. Casting iron stick. Alright, we selected only one purple. So we need to do times 16. Generate. I can't generate. Why not? Because it's the wrong science pack. Yay! Oh, it actually looks like a pretty reasonable clock, too. Which means I probably did it correctly. Alright, get you in. Alright, give me a new copy here. Alright, how much does this differ from the existing clocks? It's the same cycle on that. 180, 78, 197. This changed a little. We're not clocking the stone. These three are the OG. I kind of, like, don't feel like we should clock the rail into here. Yeah, that part we shouldn't clock. Yeah, the double output, it winds up being a nightmare. So we're not... So we're just adding these two. So let's see if this breaks everything. If we do that, that, and that. Let's see if that keeps working or if it breaks. Alright, looks good so far. It feels very tight, though. I'm gonna guess this is pretty tight regardless. Alright, that gives us a green light to try to put these two in. I might just be lazy and use the same wire. Oh, it won't reach even with the same wire. Oh, that's great. Well, we might as well separate them then. So we'll use a constant here. And we'll do steel on green. And iron on red. And then we add you guys. To do iron on red and across. What did I break? Oh, I just forgot the green crosswire. Alright, let's reset it and see. I think this is, if this is good, we probably wind up deploying with this. Maybe we'll see if we can do something in here, but yeah, that... The different speeds on the efferents make that kind of complicated. This does not seem to be working. Oh, it's not activating anywhere near fast enough. Because I have to make double, I have to make double, I have to make double. I have to make double. And when I did the thing, I did half. It has to make twice as much as what's actually there. You have really high insertion limits. Okay, I should be able to fix this pretty simply by just doubling the windows, right? So those windows are what, 29? Or no, it's different like each time. Like it's 29, then it's 19 plus 18. Which is a 27. Then it's 21. Are these the same? Yeah, they are. Yeah, let's just try doubling them. Yeah, so that's 29, so that's going to go up to 70, 86. And the same thing here. And then you were adding 19 plus 18, 27, so 130, 145. Wait, that's what... Wait, this is going up past that. Can I just manually put in a doubling on this? feels fucking weird. Whatever, let's just keep committing and see what happens. Okay, so it was 19 plus 18 is 37. 37, that takes you to, yeah, 145. Oh, and this is not 144. I don't even fucking know, man. Like, manually editing the clocks like this is, like, the one thing you should just never be doing. Like, if you're doing that, you're probably doing things wrong. But whatever. Just gonna see roughly if this does it. 27, so 404. Except the clock doesn't even go to 404, does it? Yeah. That didn't fix it either. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's do this. Let's redo it, this time with the whole block. And I'll try to make it work. Yeah, let's try that. 37, but yeah. My bad. Alright, so you guys, so forget this shit now. You guys and you. We don't care about you or you. We're just looking for these two. It's a very short activation. What the fuck? But whatever. Let's see. That is actually on the list. You say that jokingly, but it is actually kind of on the list. Because what makes clocking so difficult and requires the use of the clocking tool is things having really low automated insertion limits. Like, you see how that's an automated insertion limit of 5? What that means is that unless there's less than 5 ingredients in the machine, you can't input more. So if there's like 0, you can input 16. If there's 3, you can input 16. But if there's 6, then you can't input at all. So if they raise that automation insertion limit for just about everything to be at least 16, it would be a lot easier. And why are the modules sometimes not there? Yeah, it's fucked. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know if I can be bothered debugging clocking right now. I don't know if I can be bothered. It generated straight up immediately, no problem. So I don't even know where to debug right now. This seems so weird. Like that one. It's like it's cutting the blocks off at the end and then adding it at the front. I don't know if you can actually fix that in a mod. I mean, yeah, if you can make a mod that increases automated insertion limit to everything, for everything in the game, basically, to be at least 16, it would make clocking much simpler. I mean, you could just do lead follower on everything at that point. I don't think it's a time thing. I think even if I let this run for the next 10 minutes... I mean, first of all, we're running at, like, nearly, 3600 UPS. So we're not actually running at 64x, obviously, but we're running at, like, a bit under, right? Like, 60x would be 3600 UPS. 64x would be, like, pushing, 4K. But yeah, we're basically running at, like, 60x. So every 1 minute that passes now is equal to an hour in an actual game. And yeah, it's not getting saturated. If I can't figure out how to fix this, and I'm not sure I can, then that's basically it. That's all that's getting clocked. Unless I want to fuck with something in here. I can clock the outputs of these using lead follower. Yeah, I can clock the E for an output at least. That's pretty simple. I mean, I can do that right fucking now. Yeah. That's a pretty simple clock. I mean, that's it. Yeah, everything above this line is fully clocked. I think we just go with it. There's still a few other minor things I'd like to do in the Megabase today. I think we just roll with it. I think we just take the left one and just go fucking deploy. It's kind of what I'm leaning toward right now. I have no idea how to debug this at this point. Yeah, it's somehow still bottoming out at times. So, like, I really wish I could open two windows at once. I guess I can, like, look at it. Like, where in the cycle are you bottoming out? It's right after the reset, yeah. It's right after the reset is when it bottoms out. Every time. It does a bit in the middle, too. Alright, let's just be honest. I suck too much at clock debugging. Fuck it. Alright, we're just gonna roll with the left one. Yeah. I know you guys hate the sandbox stuff as well, so let's just fucking... Let us just, go deploy the current clock we have. So let's resave this. Minus U. And let's go deploy it. Fuck it. I don't want to see that again. Oh wait, I forgot to remove the clocking add-on. You know, it really should warn you. The game really should warn you if you're, like, loading a save that has additional mods that weren't in the save before. Like, it warns you if you're missing mods, but it should do the opposite as well. If you accidentally load a save with, you know, new mods, it should prompt saying, hey, are you sure you want to be adding these mods to the save? Because it only takes me accidentally saving over the main file, like, once with the fucking sidecar enabled to contaminate my pure run. Alright. These purple are probably going to get moved, so let's not worry about that. Let's go deal with the purple that's not going anywhere. Okay, so since we're just using the exact same blades, it should just be a paste job. And then we need to worry about moving the... It's not quite a paste job. Oh! Yeah, I improved the middle, didn't I? Shit, I made a bunch of random improvements, didn't I? Yeah, there's the output belts. The extra beacons in the middle. Anything toward the bottom? Oh, it shouldn't be, right? Oh, there is, yeah, the plastic too. Well, why is it showing a, why is that red? Like, it's just a pipe on top of a pipe. I don't know, that tree is, like, fucking it up a bit or something? I don't know. Okay, we need to get off stuff that takes purple, so let's switch to yellow for a bit. Well, first let's try to let it drain out a little. So just cut it... Well, there's multiple stones, right? Yeah, there's 500,000 billion stone coming into here. Maybe cutting the stone isn't the play. Maybe we cut the coal. The stone shouldn't really be moving anyway. I shouldn't have to worry about picking it up. No, I pulled out all the infinity pipes. I double-checked that. Takes a while to drain, doesn't it? It takes forever to drain. There we go. Now it's getting there. Purple belt isn't super long like the yellow is, so I can't drain it for a long period of time without it impacting my SPM, but we'll drain a good amount so that we don't wind up with a bunch of junk when we deconstruct the parts we need to deconstruct. Oh, that's going to go to, like, this one, too, which is the shortest belt. Yeah, that goes, like, straight into the labs. Do I have a tree command yet? No way that just linked to a PoE thing, man. Oh, that's from last year. Trees are for pollution control. Trees are for pollution control. And pretty much no other reason. It's why my pollution cloud looks like this. Even at 7.5 million SPM. Very under control. All these areas that with a comb-like power pole, these are like the power pole lines you're seeing. Where it looks like a comb, like a back spine, and then these columns. They do die. That's why you have to replant them. That's what the ag towers are for. They're constantly being cycled. The endless tree loop. Hey, we did it! We passed the 1 billion tree mark. I have built 1 billion trees. And harvested 1 billion trees. Here's the thing, Bengo, though. I don't have to dismantle those belts. See? I did think it through. Okay, so which parts do we need to decon? We need to go through which parts that have to be deconned. This part is getting changed. Yeah, we just have to deconstruct the parts that are changing significantly so we don't wind up with the relics of, like, you know, old pieces of belt that then, you know, are, like, touching new pieces of belt and cause it to change directions or, you know, create a side load or cancel out a side load or some shit. You have to be really careful when upgrading builds like this, trust me. Okay, so there was that. And I know this part here. How much was changing exactly? That's just a combinator being added in the middle there, so that part's fine. Yeah, so the output belts, and then that entire section, basically from, like, here to here. I didn't have to pick that up. But yeah, like, a little bit below that. Alright. Yeah, it's just trees in the way now. And these have to change to undergrounds too. I mean, I'll be super forcing when I put it down, but yeah, I guess when I remove it, be a little more aggressive then. Remove from here. Just remove like this whole section. I'm so glad I'm filling up with stone though. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, whatever. Now I'm gonna have to run back and get more shit. Should be almost done though, right? Yeah. Okay, and the first two are the same, right? No, even that's changing, yeah. So basically, the entire column, up and down. This is where I was hoping I would be able to get the material out. But oh well. Now I got a bunch of purple junk. You know the Asha that they're referencing in this song? She actually died pretty recently. Found that one out by complete chance. But yeah, the song, for those of you who don't know, and I've known this for a while, is referencing some Indian singer who went by the name of Asha, who is pretty famous apparently. And a couple weeks ago, a random news article popped up on my feeds about some famous Indian singer named Asha who died. And I was like, there's no way that's the same Asha from the song, right? And I decided to go look it up. Turns out it was. Turns out it was. Are we good to place this? I think we are. It's just trees. Yeah, it's just residual trees, I think. Oh, let me remove the inserter from the blueprint too. That really shouldn't be in there, because that can change position pretty easily. When I missed those undergrounds. Okay, I know I'm a little short on material. Let me go grab whatever I need. And then we gotta cross connect the clocks, so all the blades together are governed by one clock. I'm still faster than my bots. One of these days we'll get enough bot speed such that I'll be faster than my bots. I think I'd probably need fucking bot speed 40 plus for that. Honestly. Be some ridiculously high number. Years of research. Okay, let's figure out how we're cross-connecting these. Let's start over here. Yeah, you were the plastic GC. I'm not sure that one should be cross-connected. I can see problems arising from a cross-connect on that one. Okay, maybe we'll work on the other ones first. And then work our way down. Okay, so you have green going down both sides. There's only green going through the power pole right now, no red. So that makes my life easy, yeah, because there's only 2 wires down here. So all I gotta do... All I gotta do... is cross-connect the green to there. And then what I need to do is make the red go to the pole as well. And then that to there. Like that and like that. And that should be good. Alright, and then once again, you here, and then this should be able to be copied. And now we should be able to copy 2 at a time. And just do this. Maybe give me 3 at a time. Or 4. Yeah, it looks good. I don't know, lead following across this many blades feels like a recipe for disaster, but we'll try it, I guess. I kind of just want to, like, reactivate purple for a bit and make sure we're good. Whoops, I need to reconnect the call first. Make sure we're good on the existing changes. What the hell's going on with you? Oh, there was a second splitter. For some reason I thought that was the only one. Yeah, that one's only input. Really should be output too, shouldn't it? And maybe it should be a bit further out. It just hasn't gotten... Oh, wait, no, it's this blade. What happened to you? Why is it only you? Why is it only you? No modules. No modules because... You can output full at 15? Huh. That is... Huh. That could potentially be a problem. You can output full at 15. Overload multiplier of 13. Yeah, I mean, hopefully just a clear gets it set back where it needs to be, but that is something we might have to keep an eye on. And if it becomes a problem, we might need to remove or change the... I mean, I can't change the clock. I'd have to remove it. Another problem? I bet you it's the same thing. Oh, look, who's psychic? Yeah, I don't feel comfortable doing lead follower across the entire block with an output limit of 15. It's gonna cause a jam. Like, I fucking guarantee it. Well, that's awkward then. Building your own megabase, using trains, use your purple science, what built it so big. They have a 2-kilometer long line of trains. Yeah, I mean, purple takes a lot of stone. That's not particular to my purple. All purples take a lot of stone. Yeah, I mean, it's part of why we don't use trains. Like, you're actually running into the reason of why we started, one of the reasons, really the main reason, why we started moving away from trains. Like, the amount of material per second you need with a lot of these fully beaconed, fully legendary megabase setups is very high. And the throughput of trains hasn't really kept up. So yeah, I mean that's something where I would just try to do what I did, you know. This is default settings. So unless you're on Rail World or something, and even if you are, you know, I would just try to build the purple, like, you know, near the stone patches. Like here, in order to run 16 blocks, like I have to build it near 3 stone patches. And then silo mine in order to generate enough belts. Yeah, I mean, it's 6 belts per purple thing, and we have 16 here, so, you know, do the math. It's, what, 96 belts of stone? Or something is what we need. Yeah, that's a lot of fucking stone. So yeah, unfortunately, my only advice to you is, you could try modding in legendary trains, and that might help a little, but I mean, you're still gonna run into the same issue as you keep scaling up. So if you want my advice, it would be, you know, either embrace the trainless life, or you gotta be fucking kidding me. Embrace the trainless life, or it still has issues. Okay. Just remove the module clock. Yeah, it's a bad addition. Yeah, we just can't have that. The UPS cost for loading, unloading, the UPS cost of the trains themselves. There's 3 issues. 3 issues. Remember these 3 things that are... These are the issues with trains. Number 1. The capacity of belts, pipes, and bots has all basically increased since 1.0. Belts now have 5 times the capacity with green stacked. Pipes, you know, have unlimited capacity potentially. And bots, you know, are more efficient than they used to be. They have better pathing and whatnot. Plus, you can get higher levels of bot speed. Trains have received none of these improvements. So, the first issue, number 1, no quality trains. Quality cargo wagons don't do anything. So if we had larger cargo wagons, that would be the first thing that would help. Second thing that would help, trains are currently not multi-threaded. Belts are multi-threaded, for example. Bots aren't. But if trains were multi-threaded, then we're still having issues. If trains were multi-threaded, it would help a lot. But like the problem is trains have to check for like collisions with both your character and biters and whatnot, and buildings and shit. So, well, not buildings, I guess, but like cars and shit. So yeah, trains not being multi-threaded is the second thing that hurts them. And third, last but not least, it takes a shitload of inserters to load and unload trains. Like, unless you're doing some kind of double train parallel unload, you know, you need buffer chests. Generally at both load and unload. So it's like everything that goes into a train, you know, you're generating it at the source. And unless it's going straight from source onto train, you know, you could potentially be putting it onto a belt first. So it's one time moving to inserter, then moved into the buffer box before the train, second time, moved into the train itself, third time, moved into, from the output of the train to a buffer box, fourth time, moved from that buffer box, onto its final belt, fifth time. So yeah, it's basically like 5 inserters, 4 if you're directly sourcing, from material to train, like you're doing like on patch train stops. That's a lot of inserter actions per material. Adds up real fast. So yeah, quality trains, multi-threadedness, and some better way of loading unloading. They've hinted at quality coming in 2.1, so it looks like we're getting that at least. The multi-threaded thing I don't think is happening, unfortunately. The train unloading, loading and loading system, the solution that I've suggested many times, which I think is still the best solution, and I have yet to hear anyone else give even an alternative, let alone a better one, would be to do something like Satisfactory does, where the train pulls into the station, the entire wagon is unloaded in one movement, one action, into the station itself, transferring its entire inventory in one, action, not multiple. And then the station has an internal buffer from which you can run a belt straight out that comes out fully saturated. The same way running a belt off a miner, creates a. Do I even have any I can fucking see? The same way running a belt off a miner. God, do I even have it like this? The same way running, a belt off a miner immediately creates a saturated half belt, right? So 2 miners creates a full belt automatically, no inserters needed. There should be like that, where, you can have something, coming out like this into a belt like that. Imagine that being the station, and then it just generates a fully saturated belt right away without requiring, like, 4 inserters operating. That's the structure I would like to see most in 2.1 in terms of train improvements, like just a proper train loading and loading structure. And this would also solve the problem of them like not liking the fact you can't load unload trains. You can't upgrade to quality trains easily, right? Because if you had a proper music lining up again. Because if you had a proper like train loading and loading structure, you could also like have it double as the upgrade train wagon structure, right? Whereas if it has robo access and you've queued up an upgrade, a bot will try to swap it out if it can. So yeah, you could basically double as like a train servicing station kind of thing. That would be the best solution, I think. But how often in life do we get the best solution? There he is. Andy. You missed it. We UPS tested your purple build. UPS tested everyone's, actually. But yeah, I finally sat down. UPS tested all of these. All 6 of these. Side by side. Well, mainly these 5. Because this is, the A-Buck competition winner. Which is a whole other story. And also that one's clocked and these weren't. But yeah, you got thrown through the gauntlet. Along with everyone else. The train Congo line is bullshit? Yeah. Finally got the clock where you find 5 hours of banging head in the wall for moving inserter active time 2 ticks forward and backward. Wait, what were you trying to clock? Which build? Was it your yellow for the contest? Yeah, if you resource mine, then the loading, yeah. Yeah, that's the way you want to load. If you are doing that. But if you'll notice, I'm not doing that at all. Well, I mean, I have no trains at all. But yeah, it's just way too much material to move. Do elevated rails increase performance? No, it still gets checked, I think. I don't think it stops checking on elevated. I mean, you as the player... I'm on fucking Vulcanus. I guess I can still check it here. Fuck's sake. Where are my bots? This was last year's Megabase. With all my glorious rocket fields. My Vulcanus red and green. Yeah, I think if you take off your armor, you can still walk... Oh, you can't walk up it, never mind. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could maybe put something in where they stop checking on elevated rails, but, like, yeah, I couldn't remember if you could actually walk up them or not, but I guess you can't. But yeah, this is what it looked like last year. Look how many fewer lap... Well, I mean, I guess we did the double wide shit last year. Yeah. This was the old setup. We had a lot more science coming off the hub, too, though. Only gray and purple were on Novice last year. And blue. Gray, purple, and blue. Yeah, blue is up here. All the old shit, man. Including the old trains. We've come so far! Oh, he did? Oh, fuck. Okay, here, I'll yell at him. Yeah, I didn't realize he was trying to do a full stack. Here, I'll fucking... How did I make the science display on the right? There's a video on YouTube if you go look for it. Shouldn't be that hard to find. Long story short, I didn't make it. And the person who made it used third-party tools to make it. It's a weird and janky. The video explains it better, but yeah. There is a video. I'm a little behind on chat. How bad was it? Yours was basically neck and neck with mine. Like, almost no difference. Any idea when we can expect some information? Maybe like a week before release, they might release some kind of patch notes. Otherwise, I guess we'll just see it when it hits experimental. Direct yellow, yeah. First since the DLC came out, yeah. I mean, obviously most people aren't doing Factorio, you know, the same way I do it. It'll be FFFs? Maybe. Maybe, I guess. I don't know. We'll find out this week. That'd be nice. I'm kind of thinking I want to try to switch. I want to maybe try to switch the modules from lead follower to a timer-based clock. I'm really apprehensive about doing lead follower across that many blocks. I don't think we've done it across that many. Did this have any? Oh, this actually did, didn't it? This actually does do lead follower across a shitload of blocks, yeah. And it's fine. Yeah, it's reading just this one to determine the copper wire and the red circuits. Copper wire has a high insertion limit though, so if it's like slightly desync, it probably isn't gonna break the whole thing. Anyone else see the problem that I see? Come on, someone's got to see it, right? Someone see it? Who's got the eagle eyes? This is the second eagle eye test of the day. Anyone else notice the same problem I just noticed? No, he deserves to get in trouble for that. You know, he's here quite a bit. He's definitely heard me make the satisfactory analogy before. He has no excuse. If it's the same as a verse, it's going to be disappointing. You're not wrong. Does anyone see it at all? I remember what happened to the days when chat used to point things out. Well, what happened to the days of hamster? The days of the wheel. When chat would be like eagle eye fucking spotting like super fucking like, you know, obscure mistakes and shit that like I would have never noticed. What happened to the days of the wheel? Now I'm like, second time today, I'm like, hey guys, can you see the obvious mistake? And it's just crickets, man. What happened to my chat? The quality has gone down. On the red chip blocks, the output inserters for the red chips, the wires are missing on the bottom half. The wires are missing on the bottom half. These. See these being clocked? No wires on the bottom half. Supposed to be the pro player? Yeah, emphasis on supposed to be. Yeah, this is supposed to be hooked up like that and like that. The rest is fine. 0.05. I mean, next week when we're really pushing the limit, we're gonna want every little bit. I'm really worried we might have to adopt one of the other purples. Yeah, so Andy, I'm sure you're probably gonna watch the VOD. But yeah, I tested all these. Mine was about, I'll give you the numbers right here, I have them written down. Mine was like 240 UPS. Yours was like almost unnoticeably better. I gave it like 242. So like maybe 1% better at most. Comrades was 220 and also had gaps. He hasn't been by today, so I haven't been able to roast him though. Matthews was actually 260 and was the one design that was notably better. And Sharks was 250. Akara's clocked version was significantly better than my clocked version. This was the UPS winner from the purple competition that Abug did. But yeah, it also has like 1 million more buildings. And it's fucking huge! And I wound up just finishing the clocking on my current instead. But yeah. You can't even see that? Hey, maybe someday they'll let me stream in 1440p. Someday. We can only dream. Oh, what the fuck. There we go. Oh, I gotta go to the other blue too. Which I just sailed right past. Because yeah, that is the same issue. Because I did them both back to back, did I not? 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I haven't seen yours. Did you go full potato with the direct insert? Like Akara did on this one? 6 cryo-chem plants? There's like fucking 12 EM plants making green circuits. As opposed to 1 and 2, respectively, in, you know, our standard purple designs. The whole more buildings equals better for UPS is like the most counterintuitive thing about late game UPS optimization. You went full DJ. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm being held back by the fact that I still kind of constrain myself to blade-shaped designs that are tileable for the most part. But hey, I've got the aesthetics. Alright, are you good now? Yeah, I know. We'll see how my yellow winds up doing. But yeah, I already know I'm not going to win. There's going to be some like super degenerate version that has like 50 cryo plants making plastic. That's going to win. One? You mean like one of each building? Funny thing is, Matthew actually did explore that concept a decent bit last year. I called it microblades. Like when he showed it to us and we were talking about it, I christened it microblading. When you just use one of every building and don't concern yourself with the ratios and just make compact tight, one of each building type blades. But unfortunately, when we UPS tested it, it was worse. The gaps are the exact same on all of them. Like if you look up here and look at the gaps, they're completely identical on each one. Is this it? Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think that has a good chance of winning, honestly. Yeah, I would say that has probably a pretty good chance, knowing what we know now about DI and whatnot. Ice kebab. Yeah, I think you've got a good chance. There needs to be a separate category for non-degenerate designs like mine. Like, this isn't even a blade anymore. This is a kebab. That's honestly, so really what it looks like. Line through the middle, and you've got nice chunks. Yeah, that's what we're calling it now, kebab design. Congratulations, Agro. You've coined it. But yeah, I think you've probably got a decent chance. I can add it to the yellows. There you go. We need a kebab icon, man. There's no kebab icon. We need a kebab icon and a hamster icon. And a blade icon. Here, where's Codage? We'll add it to the request list. Blade icon, hamster icon, and a kebab icon. No, I meant in-game, but yeah. There's a hamster icon, XD. Put legendary engineer. I'll put legendary engineer if he wins. There you go. Now you've got something to gain. But yeah, we're gonna call those kebabs from now on. Okay, should I go ahead and just try to lead follower all this and see if we're okay then? Normally it's reading this one. We can try it. I'll save first before I do it, just in case it all goes tits up. Or what he said? I mean, I won't forget that. He doesn't need to remind me. Okay, so the red, there's nothing on this pole. Okay, there's a plastic thing. I'm not sure. I'm not so confident about... Because the thing is, that has to have the safety condition. I mean, it might be fine, I guess. I don't know. But let's do one thing at a time. Alright, so switch back to laser after this. And let's use these power poles here. Yeah, this one. To run across these two conditions. So we're gonna take you. Take you out. And then from here, you need to go across. And I guess just always connect from this side. Red there, green there. Yeah, I think we should be okay without that safety. The more I think about it, I think it actually should be okay. Alright, re-engage. Did I miss a wire? Yeah, I forgot to hook up the red to here. There we go. Yeah, I guess we're fine, and I was worrying for no reason. Alright, and this lower power pole I can potentially use for the plastic thing. Oh, where do you output to? The outer plastic lines? Yeah, I can move that combinator pretty easily. Shift it like down here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, it looked fine. Is it going to smooth out over time, or is this an actual problem? Might be smoothing out. I think it's smoothing out. I think we're okay. Crisis averted. That's just the purple. No, I thought you could... I thought you could use infinity pipes for those. I saw that he didn't list petroleum. I saw that he didn't list petroleum. So I added a refinery that made oil to petroleum. But I kind of assumed you could use infinity pipes for the molten iron. For the molten shit. I think I'm okay. I mean, I don't have A-Buck messaging me or anything. Yeah, I'm fine, dude. Raw ingredients can be any of iron ore, copper ore, etc., etc. Includes molten iron and molten copper. Yeah. The raw ingredients includes molten iron and molten copper. It's molten iron, molten copper, you know, crude oil. Oh, I forgot to do the lube and shit. Yeah. Yeah, I guess fuck. Yeah, I guess I should have done, like, the lube and the acid separately, too. Whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to, like, fix it after the stream and send it again. Like, I don't know. Shit's too complicated for my simple hamster mind, man. But yeah, I think I like having the. I think the infinity pipes from molten copper and iron should be fine. But yeah, I think I technically was supposed to include, like, the actual lube and acid production. Yeah. Pain in the ass. Anyway, let's keep doing this. So you have, yeah, we removed the output clock on the modules because of the fucking outsert limit. And we're not using this power pole. Well, we'll use the one that's in the middle of the build. So we'll run green to here and red to here. And then get us off mining prod. They should, yeah, these are all good now. Yeah, it looks like it was fine. Panicked for no reason. And then pull these out. Alright, and you need to go to, oh fuck, it removed the wires, didn't it? Yeah, entirely. So the green to the green one. Please reach! Okay, alright, we need to use these two then. So we'll do the cross connect down here. Green to you. And you, green to you. Okay, and then we should be able to copy paste you. Then we should be able to copy paste you. Oh, where did I? There we are. Yeah, that should do it. Yeah, just place the wires. We don't care about the pipes. Alright, testing it again. But yeah, Andy, I did see the template save. I mean, like, I did submit mine in the template save, but all I did was glance at the template save and just see that, like, he wanted 12 in a row. And then I just pasted 12 down in there, and yeah. I didn't even check to see if I should have cross-connected the fucking circuit wires in that one. I don't know, man. I woke up like an hour after the deadline, and I was like, oh shit. I need to just submit quickly. But it looks like a lot of people were like adding stuff after the deadline, so I don't think it's that big a deal. But yeah, I don't know. I'll try to fix it like after the stream, I guess, or something. Resubmit that file. It's so much darker going vertically than horizontally. Like, that's like 5 shades darker than that. How'd the clocking go? How does it usually go? That's how it went. It's probably fine, yeah. Well, we wound up just deciding to finish clocking our original blade and deploy that. That's what we've been doing. Like how the stone is going down here, then right back up. Immediately. Did it help the update time? Probably not. I mean, we can see on robot speed. Once it ramps up. Give it like a little bit. Well, let's finish the other cross connects. There was you. So the outermost one, so we'll use the lower power pole for that. To do what, for 10 million? Yeah, lots of copy paste, basically. Yeah, I mean, it's a just thing, but like we have to move some things around, like the clocking center and whatnot. Reconnect a shitload of wires. No, the only stuff we have left for design-wise is like fun kind of stuff. Like the Shattered Planet stuff and maybe designing a normal quality Prometheum ship. Artella's already designed a kind of decent normal quality one, or at least I think it's decent. I don't know for sure. I haven't tested it. I'm not even sure if he's tested it in a live game. No, all the designs are refined up to now. Unless we wind up, redoing the purple or something weird like that. Alright, anyway. You are reading you. Okay, I'm gonna move you to here. And then you need to go to here and there. And then also to the wire. Dude, the music lining up, I swear to God. It's the second time the music, like, fucking had a lyric that said the exact same word that I did. Said just randomly within the past, like, 20 minutes. First it happened with Train, and it just happened with a wire. From molten iron and copper, a lot? I can't see. I could see, like, total number of foundries if I check electricity, but I can't, like, see total number of smelting ones. But there's lots of these blocks scattered all around. Like on-patch melting setups. I don't have vision on every one of them. That's a slightly older design. That's the older one too. Yeah, some of these are the slightly older version. I should update them. Yeah, a lot. Control F what? The recipe? Copper ore melting? I can't do that. I can only do, like, foundry, right? I don't even know. A lot, though. It's a lot. I mean, you realize how much these generate, right? These are each outputting 6,000 copper. Like, they're at capacity. It's the maximum you can get. And there's like 12 of these per block. 24 per double block. So, you know, what, 144,000 copper per second off one of these? Yeah, it's a lot of fucking copper. What do you mean, Patak? Like, what do you even mean? You mean, what, copy this entire base side by side? You can't. You can't, because you only can have one hub per planet. You can't do the whole isolated, you know, separate setups and lab stuff that was done somewhat in, done somewhat in, 1.1. But yeah, you only really have one central lab setup. Yeah, the hub is the bottleneck. The hub design is everything. Hub design is everything. What is happening in Utah? What do you mean? You mean the Lego thing? Or is there something else I'm not aware of? Yeah, I mean, there used to be a meta type in of building in 1.1 where you would go around, you know, finding like a copper or coal patch, you know, stone patch all right next to each other. And then you would build like, you know, say like one belt worth of each with the necessary labs and power production all in one like completely island setup. Like an on patch setup, but for all 7 sciences that were in 1.1. But that kind of went out the window in Space Age with the single hub limitation. I thought you were American, Jim. Oh, you're Australian? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you're American, how do you not know? Yeah, Utah is basically run by Mormons. No, nobody goes to Utah unless, you know, they're Mormon or they want to go snowboarding or go trying to break the land speed record at the Salt Flats or something like that. Yeah, Utah, like, I wasn't surprised by that story at all. A lot of police departments in the U.S. are, like, heavily corrupt like that. Like, I would say the majority of them are. There's a reason why, like, you know, police oversight was such a big issue, well, for a while, before everyone forgot about it again. But yeah, there's lots of departments, like, you know, that are, like, corrupt as fuck. You know, speak out against Israel in New York and, you know, the NYPD will be knocking at your door. They're just bought out by different, you know, people depending on the state. Potentially. Even in my city, we have, like, big problems, you know, with our PD here. Nothing will come out of it. I mean, given the current state of the country, yeah, probably nothing. I mean, if you're expecting there to be consequences and penalties for anything, you should be, you know. Since when do the bad guys ever face consequences or penalties for their actions? Since when? I mean, it sucks for the people involved, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe if they're lucky, they'll get like a court to rule in their favor and get some kind of settlement, but I don't know. The whole thing sounds like really light on evidence. Like, they can't actually, like, prove that they actually gave that much money worth of Lego sets to these people. Like, they apparently can't prove it. And if they can't prove it, then they have no case. But I don't know. I kind of honestly don't care. We have much bigger problems right now. Well, that covers it for the circuits, the modules, and the science itself. The green chips can't really be clocked. Sorry, give me 1 sec. Yeah, the green chips can't really be clocked. So that leaves you, which currently have a lead follower based clock for red circuit insertion and for eFern. I'm using all my available cross wires down here. Yeah, I could do these two pretty easily. I was thinking of maybe trying to add a clock for the steel. I'll have to run it across with another wire or something, though. Pain in the ass. But yeah, I think we should try to run that. Every clock I've done so far, cross clock I mean, has been smooth. It's still running at full tilt. So, how much damage could one more do? It's not like the entire thing will break, right? Right? Okay, so you... Red to... I'll just run it from here. The violations of Americans' rights, I completely... People don't care, man. People don't care. You have no idea how, like, brainwashed and domesticated the American populace actually is. There's a reason why they're going so ham, like, bombing fucking, like, you know, Venezuela, Cuba, Iran. You know, we're probably going to take Greenland, too, at some point, but it'll be dressed up in some way, you know, that saves some face for fucking... Denmark or whoever the fuck irrelevant European country currently owns it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's zero pushback from the American people. The average fucking American still thinks that the Epstein files are going to catch up to Trump at some point. Like, the average American still thinks that, like, the Iran war is a distraction from the Epstein files. They have it completely backwards. The Epstein files are the distraction from these conflicts that no one's paying any attention to anymore. Not like they ever paid much, not like, you know, the average American ever paid any fucking attention to anything that goes on outside of the, you know, their country to begin with. Hell, they barely pay any attention to anything that goes on outside of their fucking house. Like, forget about city, state, you know, or any of that. Like, you have no idea how, like, you know, how navel-gazing most of these people are. I mean, you should know. Most Australians are the same way. Like, Australians, Canada, British, you know, German. Like, the people are the same fucking way. Especially Australia and Canada, which are probably the two most American, non-American nations out there. No, even if they get released, nothing's going to happen. He's gonna die, you know, of old fucking age. Probably with another 13-year-old bouncing on his fucking dick. Like, it doesn't matter. None of it matters. People just don't get it. They're like, you know, people are either like, you know... Like, the average, Here, let me find it. Yeah, here it is. Oh, wait. Yeah, when you talk to the average American who knows even a little bit about, like, what's going on, they don't even, like, you know, try to argue or say anything. They just look at you like this. They just look at you like this. Okay. When you talk about, like, how fucked things are in this country, they either look at you like this or are the kind of person that is so self-absorbed, so narcissistic, so selfish, they just don't care. Like, this stuff we talk about on stream, you think I don't talk about that shit with people in real life? Most of the people I know, they just don't give a shit. They don't know anything. They know nothing. I'm not even talking about, like, just the Fox News brainwashed boomers. I'm talking about people my age. They know nothing. They don't care. Like, you know, it doesn't matter that their taxpayer dollars are used to blow up people overseas. It makes no difference to them. They just don't care. You know? They don't understand anything about how interconnected it all is. Like, their understanding is non-existent. It's just completely non-existent. It's like less than zero understanding. There's no intellectual curiosity in most people. Like, that's the part, like, you really need to understand. Like, most people do not have any intellectual curiosity whatsoever. They just repeat what they're told, and that's it. They just do as they're told, and that's it. Highly relevant song coming right up. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. So, like, if some Democrat gets elected, they'll fucking pardon Trump. Be like, oh, the country needs to heal. We need to move past it. We need to not focus on the things that happened to the Trump administration. You noticed all the Democrat presidents, they never actually revert the stuff done by Republican presidents. Like, every time the Republicans are in power, they shift things to the right. When the Democrats in power, they don't even shift things back. Not once. Not once do they ever shift anything back. They just don't do anything. The point of Democrats is not to shift things to the left. The point of the Democratic Party, as is the point of every neoliberal party in every Western capitalist country, is not to move things to the left. It's to stop movement to the left. It is to occupy the space that would be taken up by an actual left to prevent any movement to the left. And they do an excellent job of that. Like, when you understand that the Democrats are not there to move things to the left, but to stop moving to the left, you'll realize they're not incompetent. They're incredibly competent. You know? Even against candidates that aren't even left of center. Like, neither Bernie Sanders nor Zoran Mamdani are left of center. They're both just barely right of center. They're technically right-wing. But they're left compared to everything else in the U.S., so they get labeled the actual left, and those are the people the Democrats fight against. The Democratic Party fought harder against Zoran Mamdani than they fought against Trump. You should have seen how much fucking shit they were throwing at Zoran. They were desperate to stop him. Mass graves for the pump, and the price is shit. And the price is shit. This song was written in the fucking 90s, man. In the 90s. Could have been written yesterday. Alright, that clock looks good. That's the last one. That's all of them, yeah. They're all horizontal now. Give it a few minutes, make sure we're stable and there's no wobbliness, but I think we're good. Worst case, the incoming Democrat president. I already read that. Honestly, I'm not sure if the Democrats are even going to win next election. Did you know the Democratic Party is more unpopular than Trump right now? Like, think about that for a second. With all the wars, with all the scandals, with all the fucking pedophilia, etc., etc., Trump's popularity has dropped. Like, even amongst, right-wingers, Trump's popularity has dropped. Like, the only people who are still diehard Trump supporters at this point are, like, the actual hardcore fascists. You know? Because that's the only part that Trump is delivering on. It's the racism, right? He hasn't delivered on anything else, but he's delivering on the racism. You know? He's targeting, you know, Hispanic people aboard. He's bombing brown people abroad. Yeah, if you hate brown people, you probably love Trump. Because it's the one thing, you know, he's actually doing. But everything else, yeah, everything else he's promised, he's failed. Which is why there's this big split right now in the Republican Party. But it's honestly might just get pushed to be more of a white nationalist, like, you know, kind of thing. Because thanks to what Israel is doing and whatnot. Because the Democratic Party is not pushing back on Israel. And the inability of either political party to actually confront the Israel issue right now is leading to you know, a big resurgence in, like, white nationalism kind of shit. You know, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson kind of shit. I think Tucker is angling for a presidential run in 2028, most likely. But yeah, I'm not sure the Democrats will win a presidential party ever again. Or a presidential race ever again. Because, yeah, they're actually still more unpopular than Trump. Because the people that used to support him have really started to see how useless they are. And how they won't fight they won't, you know, fight to move anything to the left, but they will fight against the left. You know, and they'll fight for Israel and just about, but not healthcare. And a lot of people have just, you know, checked out and stopped voting. I mean, that's how Trump won. Trump didn't win because a lot of Democrats started voting Republican. Trump won because a lot of Democrats stayed home. Like, the majority of the people who voted for Trump the first time voted for him the second time. But the Democrat, you know, the Democrat results were super low. And the Democrats did an autopsy report to figure out why they'd lost the election. Everybody knows it was because of Gaza and Israel. Everybody knows that. You know, Kamala basically saying, like, I fully support Israel committing genocide. Like, caused a lot of people to just, you know, check the fuck out. And they buried the report. They buried the report. Rather than release it, they buried it. They eventually released, like, a super fucking redacted version of it that literally doesn't mention the words Israel, genocide, Arab, or Muslim even once. That's how edited it is. And one of the conclusions they drew in that report, oh yeah, we need to spend more money on consultants. That was one of the main conclusions from the Democratic Party. Yes. The worthless consultant class that has failed them over and over and over. They want to spend more money on them. Yeah, the Democrats exist just to fundraise and piss away money. That's basically it. So yeah. Yeah, like, I mean, the thing is, like, neoliberalism is dying. There's, like, you can't deny it at this point. Like, neoliberalism is fucking dying. People are sick and tired of decades and decades of neoliberal policies. You know. There's 3 ways to react to the problems that are caused by our economic system. 3 ways to react. There are 3 umbrellas. And everybody, regardless of ideology, falls under one of these 3 umbrellas. You either say, yes, a lot of the problems, the majority of the problems we're facing, if not virtually almost all of them, are stemming from the economic system itself, and we need to change something about the economic system. These people are who you would call left of center, like real center, not American imaginary center bullshit. Then you have the people who think that, oh no, the system's not really that bad. You know, we just maybe need, you know, a slight identity change of the people in power. You know, maybe less bad actors, that kind of thing. You know, more black presidents, more gay presidents, more women presidents, that kind of thing. You know, that's neoliberalism. Acting like the system isn't really fundamentally, like, broken, and in fact, they act like nothing is really wrong to begin with. That's neoliberalism in a nutshell. And then there's the people who want to just blame everything on the people they don't like. That's the reactionary class. The reactionary classes who always think their identity is not the one at fault, but of course some other marginalized identity is at fault. Those are the reactionary classes. Those are the people who will always serve fascism and push things in a fascist direction. Starting with the Tea Party in the United States, the reactionary classes have gained an increasing amount of control over the Republican Party. Up until about Obama was elected, like somewhere around that, the Republican Party was basically split between reactionary people of the reactionary classes and neoliberals, but neoliberals were the majority. You know, like Obama was a neoliberal, Bush was a neoliberal, Clinton was a neoliberal, you know, Carter was a neoliberal, Reagan was a neoliberal, although he definitely kind of straddled the line at times. Et cetera, et cetera. But starting with the Tea Party, and then what escalated over time is you saw the neoliberal part of the Republican Party die. And they eventually just got cannibalized by the reactionary classes until it's become the de facto, you know, fascist movement that it is now. You know, there might be some people you can argue are trying to pull it back in the other direction, but, you know, they're obviously not having any success. And as I said, in order to currently support Trump as it is, you kind of have to be a racist because it's the only thing he actually delivers on, is the racism. The Democratic Party, on the other hand, did not lose their neoliberal core. Like, you know, first of all, you had a bunch of Republicans which shifted over to the Democratic Party, which, once they realized what the Republican Party was becoming. But the Democratic Party is still trying to cling to this, you know, neoliberal ideology where it's like, oh, nothing is really fundamentally wrong or broken, nothing really needs to be fixed. And people can see through that shit. And that's why the Democratic Party is cratering. Because the thing is, like, for people who are not well off, for people who feel like they've done everything right, you know, or even if they haven't done anything right, you know, because you made fucking mistakes in your 20s doesn't mean you should suffer the rest of your fucking life. But for people who are economically struggling, and who even for those that aren't, like, racist, they're not being given another option. They're like, the system is broken, we need to do something about it. And the Democrats are over here telling them, oh, no, the system's fine. And the Republicans are saying, the system would work better if we kicked out all the brown people and, you know, maybe eventually all the black people. And then, you know, they'll keep iterating through minorities one by one because that's what fascism does. Because those minorities weren't the ones causing the fucking problems in your country to begin with. They weren't the ones that, like, they're frequently an exploited labor class even more than you are. Like Mexicans, for example, like, you know, that work like ridiculous like field jobs and whatnot, in even in my state, they're one of the most exploited classes that there is, like in this state, if not the most exploited. They get paid shit and they have like the worst working conditions. Why was that one off for so long? I just saw like one machine being, yeah. Off for so long. I mean, it's not gapping, but yeah, I just saw it off for so long. So yeah, basically what you're seeing is the Republican Party has been cannibalized by, you know, a movement further right than the OG Republican Party was. But the same thing hasn't happened to the Democratic Party just yet. They're still occupying the space that would be taken up by an actual leftist party. But, you know, leftist movements in the U.S. are completely non-existent. And people are so heavily propagandized against them. Not just in the U.S., but in the entire Western world. You know, this is why the Western world is dying. This is why, like, you know, all these Western countries are in decline. It's because they're all experiencing the effects of late-stage capitalism, but they're not willing to admit that capitalism itself is what's causing the issues. But yeah, that's why you see, like, you know, people like Trump gain popularity. Is when you take, like, you know, the average white dude who's really not that racist, but, like, is struggling so fucking bad. You know, can't pay rent, his food costs are rising, his electric bills are rising. You know, he doesn't hate minorities, but he knows the system isn't working. He's not politically literate or historically literate enough to be able to, like, talk to you the way I'm talking to you. He just knows that the system is not working and something needs to change. One group is telling him, you know, nothing's wrong in general. He knows that group is wrong for sure. The other group is telling him, you know, we need to focus more on kicking out, you know, it starts, you know, as I said, with something that seems reasonable on the surface, you know, illegal immigrants or something like that, but it just progresses from there. There's a reason there's that whole Niemöller poem, you know, first they came for the communists, then they came for the socialists, then they came for the trade unionists, then they came for the Jews, etc., etc. And even that leaves out a lot of groups. You know, it leaves out the Roma, it leaves out homosexuals, etc., etc. It leaves out a lot of different groups. But that's the thing with fascism, is fascism is a death cult. It's inherently suicidal. Fascism destroys societies. Because you don't actually fix the problems that are inherent in your society. So conditions keep worsening and worsening and worsening, and then your birth rates start falling. That's what happens in late-stage fascist countries like Japan and Korea. You know, they're completely, the populace is completely economically subjugated. There's no class solidarity or workers' movement whatsoever. Their pay is shit compared to their rent. You know, their living conditions, like, suck. The hours they're expected to work is insane. And they don't have time to have kids. So they just stop having kids. You've beaten the population completely into submission, and now it just kind of like slowly dies off. That's the road. That's what's waiting at the end of the road of fascism. There is no, you know, golden city that's suddenly going to manifest, you know, as soon as you've achieved racial purity. There are no racially pure successful countries. I would even go as far as to say that. There really are, like, almost no racially pure, like, you know, or racially homogeneous successful countries, for the most part. You know, not any larger countries of any size. Sure, you can point to, like, a city-sized country that has, like, you know, a high level of natural resources managed, you know, under a sovereign wealth fund or something like that, like Norway, or some shit like that. But, you know, when it comes to, like, actual countries and not these, like, little fucking cities masquerading as countries, like, yeah. It's because they're not addressing the problems that are the actual root of the problem. That's the whole point of fascism at the end of the day. I talked about a I talked a little bit about this last week in the political channel, for those of you who missed it. I linked a video, a very specific video. The Parenti lecture about how fascism serves capitalism itself. That is a mandatory watch if you haven't seen it yet. That will further elaborate a lot of the points that I'm making in much greater detail. But yeah, let me catch up for that rant. I think that non-Americans should vote in the American election because it affects us too badly. That's the thing, though. The elections don't actually change anything. Kamala was going to bomb Iran, too. Like, everybody acting like we wouldn't have been in a war in Iran. We've had multiple Kamala advisors saying that they were planning on bombing Iran even sooner. They were going to do it in 2025 if they got elected. So, like, Kamala was going to go to war with Iran anyway. Kamala was going to continue the genocide anyway. Like, there's very little difference between presidents because the forces that actually fuel these decisions are way greater than the president. I mean, come the fuck on. We've had two presidents back to back who are basically senile, diaper-wearing, you know, drooling out of their mouth, like, completely incoherent idiots. Like, both Biden and Trump were basically, like, completely mentally dead. Like, relatively quickly into their presidencies. And yet the imperial war machine keeps on functioning. Shouldn't this maybe be a little bit of a wake-up call that it's not the president that's really pulling these strings at a deeper level? That these decisions are being made at a much more, you know, at a much deeper level than you might think? Being driven by much more powerful forces than just one fucking man? Ugh. But yeah, if the gaps are closing, alright, have a good one, Jim. Yeah, no problem, dude. You're good. We actually haven't talked about it too much, like, the last couple weeks. Like, usually we kind of, like, yeah. It's been a couple weeks, I guess. But yeah, it's good to rehash things once in a while to remember where we all stand. And the world that we're all having to deal with and suffer through. If the gaps are closing, science was not using the whole contents of the belts. I mean, there's no gaps here. So it's more or less good. Kamala didn't have a convincing presidential campaign? No, that's absolutely true. Yeah, that's absolutely true. The only thing I can remember about Kamala's fucking campaign was Kamala saying she loved Israel and Waltz saying that he supported greater Israel. Not just Israel, he supports greater Israel. Which is why all these people saying, like, oh, Kamala, like, kept Waltz on the back burner and Waltz was the best part. Waltz was worse than fucking Kamala. Waltz basically straight up said, I support Israel genociding everybody in the Middle East. That's what you mean when you say you support greater Israel. Like, are you fucking kidding me? So no, they were like some of the worst candidates we've ever seen. Like, do you guys even remember in the 2016 primary, you know, the last time we had a primary? Kamala was the first candidate eliminated. I remember, I watched that debate. Like, Amy Klobuchar clobbered her. She fucking, like, got bodied by Klobuchar on her whole, like, cop background. And, like, you know, being a prosecutor that did nothing but throw minorities in jail for trumped-up charges. She was the first candidate eliminated. She was the most unpopular person in that primary. Yet she's the one who Democrats decided to fucking push forward. They don't want to win. They want to lose. They still get paid if they lose. They still get donations if they lose. The Democrats hate winning. If they win, they actually have to act like they're doing something. So they have to play this weird game of, like, you know, acting like, you know, they want to actually do things, but it's the Republicans that are constantly stopping them, or conveniently, you know, the one or two Democrats that always happen to vote Republican on all the major bills to torpedo them right when they need to be torpedoed. You know, it's happened all my life. Eventually you realize it's not chance, it's scripted. It's scripted. They're picking a different fucking person every time to be like, you're the one who votes no this time to torpedo the bill. This is what we call controlled opposition. I'm not, the other guy is not a great presidential posture. It's not a great posture of anything. We were talking a bit about this yesterday when we were talking about ideologies a little bit. You can't define an ideology by a negative. You have to define it by a positive. You know, you can't define an ideology by what you're opposed. You have to define it by what you're for, by what you want. Same thing with a presidential campaign. You can't define it by who you're against. I mean, how well did that work out for fucking Hillary? Hillary's entire campaign was, I'm not Trump. Look how, like, back in 2016, look how that worked out. As a gay man saying everything has to be gay, pride, yada yada is exhausting. Yeah, but the thing is, you have to understand, like, that's all liberals have. That's all they have. They can't actually get any material benefits. They can't actually win any material concessions from the capitalists because they don't threaten the capitalists with anything. They go up to the capitalists and say, can we please have universal health care? The capitalists say no. And then the Democrats are like, oh, well, we tried. You know, when's the last time this country had a general strike? We've been overdue for decades. We need a general strike until universal health care. End of story. A general strike until all the troops are pulled back from all our fucking overseas bases that do nothing but serve American imperialism and line the pockets of, like, oil and defense contractors at the expense of the American people and especially at the expense of the people we fucking bomb. Randomly clicked on my stream because I couldn't straight. You're still talking about all the shit that keeping you awake. Yeah. Yeah, no, it keeps all of us awake, but, you know, you can't. You got to at some point, like, really, you know, a great man said, you got to keep your brain on. You got to keep your heart on fire and your brain on ice. And those are words I live by. You know. You can feel very strongly about this, but you can't let it. You can't let it, like, affect you emotionally. Eventually, you have to, like, really keep a cool head when you talk about these things. Because it's very easy to get very angry, and a lot of people do need to be a lot more angry than they are. I mean, it's the single biggest problem with this country right now is people just aren't angry enough yet. But, you know, for those of us who are in the know, obviously, like, our anger has already hit max. And if your anger has already hit max, you gotta realize you can't just stay angry all the time, you know. You do what you can, you know, where you can. But you can't let it consume you. Link, name of channel. Well, the political channel, it's on Discord. You need to DM me on Discord if you want access to it. It's a private channel. DM me with your if your name is different from your Twitch name, you need to DM me your Twitch name as well, so I know who it is. But yeah, it's there's a political channel on Discord where I type a lot of like longer form stuff, and I don't hold back as much as I do on stream. That yeah, you can gain access to if you DM me on Discord and request access, but it's you need to request it. It's not visible by default. Play the game? I have been playing the game. We finished clocking, man. I'm enjoying my little break from clocking. I have been playing the game, guys. Like, come on. Been playing the game all night. I'm allowed to talk for a little bit. Hamster have strong opinions? I mean, I just have opinions. I don't think I have strong opinions. I just think a lot of people don't have any opinions at all. Hey, Dane. Yeah, that too, Whistler. Yeah, exactly. When she was asked what she would change, she said, I wouldn't change. I would do everything the exact same Biden did. And people were like, okay, so 4 more years of nothing changing. Like, she didn't even mention universal healthcare once. She didn't try to fight for anything. Didn't mention, you know, taxing, you know, the rich more, nothing. All the major issues, all the band-aids that they could slap on this sinking, leaking ship that's been completely Swiss cheesed. Yeah. Nothing, man. Umbrenos, you're fucking shell-shocked? I mean, you'll get there eventually. Once you start to realize, like, how incredibly fucked things are, it's like, it's a lot to take in. There's kind of a threshold where as you slowly, like, start to see through the cracks in the illusion and understand what's actually going on, you know, eventually as you keep digging, if you're intellectually curious enough, there'll come a tipping point where you suddenly start to realize really how bad things actually are. And yeah, that's kind of the point where, you know, yeah, that's a hard time to deal with. I'm not gonna lie. might take a lot of alcohol. It might take a lot of alcohol to get through that part, not gonna lie. But yeah. You know. You do what you can where you can. My socialistic libertarian friend? Oh no, not again. we had someone yesterday try to talk about libertarian socialism, and yeah, that conversation didn't really go very well. I don't know if I would call someone who self-describes themselves as a socialist libertarian can call themselves far left at all, though. That's not really what far left is. Socialist libertarian is an oxymoron either way. It's a contradiction in terms. They're either not very socialist or not very libertarian. But yeah, I don't know. You got to meet people where they are though. It's a very important thing. You can't just throw like straight emotions at people. Like I may get a bit worked up when I talk about stuff like this, but I do my best to just throw like facts at people, and I don't care where other people stand. I'm not here to like preach ideology to people. I'm here to tell you what the facts are. And if you're smart and intellectually curious enough, you'll figure out the ideology part on your own. But yeah, I try to stick with a very like fact-driven, data-driven approach. Because yeah, you have to meet people where they are. You can't expect them to meet you where you are. When you have to meet people where they are. So yeah, like I got no problems with anyone's ideology or political beliefs in here, unless you're some like frothing at the mouth racist or something like that. That's a different story. But yeah, I mean it goes back to what I just said about why so many people still vote Republican. It's not because they're racist necessarily. Is because they feel like the race thing won't affect them, and more importantly, they feel like they're not being given another choice. That they're not given another choice. They're not given another answer. Oh, it is getting worse. Yeah, it is getting worse. 100%. It is getting worse. Things are going to get way worse. Like over the next couple of decades across the entire Western world, all Western countries, like it's going to keep getting worse. Living conditions will keep getting worse. Inequality will keep getting worse. And the only solution that will be presented to you is to blame it on minority groups, because that doesn't threaten capital itself. When capital is what's causing all the problems. In Europe, there's many countries that do be hella cooked, especially with your shenanigans. I mean, Europe is doing a very good job of cooking itself on its own, even without any American help. Like, yeah, America definitely is not helping in general, but even if America was to disappear tomorrow, Europe would still do a very nice job cooking itself. Like, Europe is subject to all the same contradictions and ideological issues that the U.S. is. There's very little difference between Europeans and Americans ideologically. There's a reason I just lump them all together with the blanket term Westerners these days, and I don't bother differentiating a lot of the time, because there's not much point in differentiating. Love to talk on Europe, but can't risk going to jail? Are you in England? It's got to be England or Germany, right? My bet's on England. Just making a fuss, yeah. Yeah, those two countries are like the deepest, or the furthest progressed towards fascism at this point. Especially regarding freedom of speech laws. There is no freedom of speech in the UK. At all. Alright. I'm in a good country, at least, in your opinion? Tell me your country and I'll tell you why it's not good. Here, I will fucking roast your little country. UK welfare exceeds that of their tax? No, I wasn't aware of that particular fact, but yeah, I'm not surprised. But yeah, I mean they'll keep cutting the welfare stuff, especially in like continental European countries who keep fear mongering about like Russia invading them and all that shit. Yeah, they'll cut your safety nets. They'll cut all your social safety nets to pay for more defense spending. They'll cut all your safety nets. They'll cut all like the social welfare stuff that you're so proud of that, you know, you hold over Americans' heads. It'll be the first shit on the chopping block. I'm from Denmark? Oh. Didn't I roast the fuck out of Denmark the other day? Oh wait, I remember. It was last Sunday. I rated a streamer from Denmark. And like we actually asked him to roast Denmark as well. and his takes were that like you guys have some of the highest fucking taxes and the least to show for it. No, it was Fens Marksman. Yeah, it was him. Yeah, doesn't your government apparently track and publicly publish economic contributions of immigrants by country? Like, aren't you basically painting targets on people's backs already? Like, that's such a huge step towards fascism already, and it's like normalized. Like, hey, you want to know which immigrants are providing the least money to Denmark? Here, go target these groups. Yeah. Yeah, I remember, like, we talked about this last week, and I tried to roast them. One of the other big ones was from World War II, about how they barely put up any resistance in World War II. And granted, it's a small country, but they also basically didn't execute, like, any Nazis at all after World War II. Like, France, for example, like, it like, executed, like, 100 times the Nazis and Nazi sympathizers per capita. Yeah, those were the roasts I had for Denmark, but yeah. No, it's called roast.text. It's literally called roast.text. And it's like 1,000 fucking lines of me roasting certain countries and debunking propaganda on others. Yeah, I have a couple files. Let's just put it that way. But there you go. There's my short little Denmark roast. I'm sorry I couldn't give you more. But yeah, I mean, like, as I said, like, the neoliberal economic problems that are plaguing the West are, you know, a result of the system itself. Oh, the list. Oh, yeah, I have no idea. Statistical pattern recognition. Yeah. Okay. See, this is the one thing. This is exactly the thing. You don't take into account the material conditions. Like this is why like European like racism is like literally like 50 years behind like the U.S. Like people call like Americans racist, but Europeans will be like so far behind. Because like, can you imagine if in the U.S. they started like like because there's people that will try to blame black people for committing higher crimes than other minorities, right? Do black people on average commit a higher percentage of crimes than other minorities? Yes. But there's a fucking reason for that. They were enslaved for decades, or like, millions of them were killed, and even after slavery was abolished, they were treated as second-class citizens under Jim Crow segregation for another 100 fucking years, and then redlined for decades after that, being told they're not allowed to move into certain neighborhoods, just being automatically declined certain jobs because of their skin color, etc., etc. Like, it is the way it is because of the material conditions we have imposed on them as a society. It's not something unique to them. This would happen to any minority that you treated like that. And it's the same thing with the minorities in Europe, too. You treat them like shit. You treat them like shit. And then you blame them when, they don't really have any respect for your society. Why should they? You treat them like shit. Like, here, where's this video? I posted this on the political channel last week. But since we're talking about racism in Europe, I think it's a good time for me to play it on stream. Where was it? One second, let me find it. I had it saved somewhere. Here. Yeah, here you go. Here's my answer. Here's my answer to that kind of thing. I'm going to mute the music for a second. Yeah, there's no audio on YouTube. There's no audio on YouTube. I can't do anything about that. I have this video saved. I don't have it. I don't use TikTok myself. Fuck if I can pause it on his fucking name. Yeah, there you go. You can look up that name on TikTok, but yeah, I have it saved on my computer. It's not like I don't have it uploaded anywhere. But yeah, you can go look that up if you want to find it, I guess. But yeah, I mean the text was on the screen. Like everything he said was down here. So you can read it. So when can you nullify their past? 100, 200 years? You can't. It's not about their past. It's about their material conditions, man. It's about the opportunities you are giving them. It's about the jobs that are available to them. It's about whether your culture is welcoming to them at all. Like if the people in your country ostracize them from the get go, then you can't blame them when they keep to themselves and don't feel heavily invested in your country. You know. The past is never nullified, but it's not about the past at the end of the day. It's about their material conditions. It's about it's about the quality of life they lead. It's about the opportunities available to them. Just the same way it is with them. Want them to not be there? Yes, but this is just the first step towards fascism. You realize that, right? You do realize this is the first big step towards fascism. Like, if you've already decided, if you've already decided that the majority of economic problems in your country are caused by a minority group, then you're literally there. You're literally there. You are basically, you are a de facto fascist at that point. Like, it doesn't matter if you don't think you are. But that is the core of fascism. That is the core of fascism in every country. Is blaming the economic problems of the country on groups that are powerless, groups that can't fight back. That is the core. It's about diverting blame from capital itself. But if you legally let immigrants into your country and then, treat them like shit, then you can't be too surprised at their reaction. A vote on this? A vote on what specifically? But yeah, my answer, my response to most of this is, which country saw a renaissance once they kicked out all all the non-white people, right? Or non of insert racial majority here. Which country? Tell me. Which country saw big economic gains and prosperity after they did that? Not a single fucking one. Because they weren't the ones causing the goddamn problems to begin with. It's the whole meme, It's this fucking meme. It's literally this. Oh my god, can I get a fucking just link to just the image? Why is the internet so shit these days? It's literally this. You can be trying economics and racism. You can be racist without being economics. Yeah, I mean, you can be racist. You can just be racist to begin with, purely. Yeah, we like those are the people we call the reactionary classes, the supremacists, the religious supremacists, the ethnic supremacists, the national supremacists, the people who think some attribute about them makes them superior. They're what we call the reactionary classes. They always support fascism because they're not interested in making a better world for everybody. They're interested in making a better world for their in-group at the expense of everybody else. But the reason the world is the way it is not because of those groups to begin with. The question of integration for me is secondary. What matters is adherence to the law. Then punish the people that are breaking the law. You punish the people that are breaking the law the same way you punish everybody else. But discriminating against a group, racially profiling innocent people, because you can't face the hard reality of their material conditions and you just want to be racist, like that just makes you a reaction. That's reactionary thinking right there. That's pure reactionary ideology. You did not have birthrights to the circumstances? But the right party was trying to set a boundary on population like China did? China did not set a boundary on population. They heavily incentivized having smaller families. They did not set a limit. They did not go around, forcing people to have abortions. Or any of that. They simply heavily economically incentivized Han Chinese, by the way. That needs to be made very clear. The one-child policy did not apply to minorities in China. That's right. You heard that correctly. Minorities in China actually had more rights than the majority did. Still do. They still have more rights. So they have a lot of protections for their culture and whatnot, and their language. But the one-child policy only applied to Han Chinese. It did not apply to any ethnic minorities. Obviously that hasn't worked. That's the whole issue. Oh, what hasn't worked? Sorry. Having the people being punished in your jails that pay taxes for it, that's what people argue with them? Having the people being punished in your jails that you pay taxes for? I mean, immigrants get taxed on everything they do as well. They still have to pay sales tax and all that shit. They still have to pay income tax. You don't get tax-free just because you're an immigrant in any country that I'm aware of. So I'm not sure what's going on. Are we suddenly defending the CCP? I'm not even going to reply to that statement, dude. I'm here to tell you what the facts are. If that's your reaction to me articulating what the one-child policy actually is, then yeah. Your facts are straight up lie about the one-child policy? I've never heard any of that from a reliable source. It's always been like Western propaganda sources. Anyway. Multiple Chinese sources? Link them to me. Message me on Discord. Show me your sources. I'll take a look at them. I don't take anecdotes as evidence. Because I can provide anecdotes the other way. We can just have an anecdote war. The current approach to punishment hasn't stopped it from happening. If it had, don't complain about it. In some cases, being a foreign national activity. Works and charges, getting leave if they ever get dropped. Well, maybe you should do that. Maybe you should fix your justice system then. Why are you reducing sentences? Justice should be blind. Should it not? Can't we all agree on that? Justice should be blind. To your origin, to your nationality, to your ethnicity, to all that. Whatever crime you commit, you face the same penalties as anyone else would have committed that crime. Like, fix your fucking justice system. The answer is never to scapegoat innocent people. Like, that's the one part I will say, like, you know, I will put my foot down, you know, as hard as I can. The answer is never to racially profile, scapegoat against, and discriminate against innocent fucking people. Oh, the immigrants are committing crimes? Arrest them! Oh, the immigrants are, getting away with reduced sentences? Fix your justice system! Replace those judges! The immigrants don't control the fucking courts! The immigrants don't control the fucking courts! You do! The people of that country do! There's a problem with the courts, it's not their fault! I don't understand the core problem? I think I do understand the core problem. Oh, no, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. They're saying all those excuses, but ultimately they're just racist, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there definitely are people that fall into that category, for sure. But as I said, there's also lots of people that, like, it's the same thing as I talked about with the Republican Party earlier. How, people, they aren't given another option, right? They aren't given another option. But yeah, I actually do agree with you. Yeah, a lot of the times, all these excuses are just masking, the fact that they're just racist, and that's all there is to it. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm just going through it because if you have other people, I'm just giving you, I'm just telling you guys what the answers are to these questions. If you have to deal with them from other people, don't let that shit slide. Don't let that shit slide. Well, you could always try re-education camps. I mean, I'm going to be honest here. Societies are kind of defined by how they treat their reactionary classes. Societies are ultimately defined on how they treat their reactionaries. As I said, the ethnic supremacists, the religious supremacists, the national supremacists, all those kinds of people, it doesn't matter. Like, even you can have, like, gay supremacists, like, male supremacists, female supremacists. It's all the same at the end of the day. There are people who think something intrinsic about their identity makes them superior to other people. Societies are defined on how they treat those people. Whether those classes are suppressed, re-educated wherever possible, dealt with harsher measures if necessary, that's ultimately what determines what kind of society you have. Like, when the reactionary classes gain control of society, that is one path to fascism. That is one very clear path to fascism. In fact, it's the most common path to fascism. It is becoming there's a reason fascism is known in political theory, like often called a dictatorship of the reactionary classes, a dictatorship of reactionary forces, because it's the reactionary forces that are ultimately determining everything about how society is run. Anything supremacist, Noyanch. You can have supremacists of anything. Christian supremacist, Muslim supremacist, Judeo supremacist, Buddhist supremacist, Hindu supremacists, and so on. Like, every fucking type of identity has some amount of people that think that part of their identity makes them better than other people. Different, how many there are and how they are treated by the societies that they are in is what, ultimately determines how things shape out. Yeah, I mean, all you're really telling me, Melantos, is that people in your country are really racist at the end of the day. Like, I'm sorry, like, I grew up in Los Angeles, okay? I live in one of the most racially diverse cities on the planet. White people are a minority here. The city is majority Hispanic. And there's tons of other minorities. I see just about everybody that you can possibly imagine. And there's still a lot of people who are racist, for sure. But yeah. I mean, American European racism doesn't hold a candle to European racism, that's for sure. Because most European countries don't have that local immigrant population to challenge, those kinds of narratives. A lot of them, they just get together into ethnically homogeneous groups and, talk shit all the time. Like here, that happens too, but, you have, like, more immigrant communities to push back. In Europe, you'll have, like, immigrants mainly of one background only, so they get stigmatized and demonized even though they were allowed to come there legally. Black, Arabic, and Gypsies? I mean, you realize, like, Black and Arabic is, like, half the world's fucking population, right? Or, like, a third, at least. No one hates Chinese, and I think the guy who posted earlier with that CCP comment might be. But yeah. Well, of course, if someone comes here and repays that with serious violence, I don't think it's unreasonable to say for. I don't think that's unreasonable either. Like, if someone comes to your country and is committing major crimes, then yeah, of course. You can revoke that as well. But, I mean, just keep in mind how you treat those people versus you treat your own citizens that treat the same crimes. Some fucking immigrant comes to your country and, say, for example, rape somebody, and you're like, instant deportation. And then someone of your ethnic majority goes and rapes somebody, and you're like, oh, 2 years in prison. It just kind of highlights that your issue wasn't the rape. Your problem wasn't the rape. Your problem was the immigrants. Right? If you're straight up deporting people for crimes, then obviously, you should be having relatively harsh penalties at home, right? Oh, I was kind of just giving you shit, dude, yeah. Do you like, real quick, Adri, though, like, you do understand the majority of the Chinese people like the the Communist Party of China, right? Like, first of all, it's CPC, not CCP. Like, you do realize the majority of them support. Like, saying you love Chinese people but hate the government they chose is a bit of a contradiction. Because if you love Chinese people, then you should support the government they chose. Every country on Earth has the government it deserves. This is something I've said many times before, and I'll say it many times again. Am I close to the end? I was probably going to end in about 10 minutes. Why? Why are you asking? Are you trying to get rid of me that quickly? What did I miss here? Does this have to say that many people come here because of the war situations? Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. Like, if your country is bombing or helping bomb, like, Arab countries or something, you don't really have the right to complain about, refugees, right? You're the one destroying their homes. Can you ask me something? Yeah, go ahead. Racist people don't care if you're a war refugee or came with visa, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, like, as I said, like, when you have the umbrella of racist people, you have to break them down into two categories. First, there's, the pure reactionaries, as I said, the people who are really racist. And, as I said, societies are shaped by how they treat those classes. By whether they are repressed or marginalized or slash re-educated or, embraced and empowered. Fascism essentially happens when those classes gain full power. What else was I gonna say? Oh, and the second part, as I said, the second part of that group, the part that you can reach, the people that can be helped, the people that can be saved, the people that can be shown the light, the people who aren't racist because they're raging racists, but wind up embracing racist policies because they are not shown any other option for the problems of society. Those are the people that you can save by showing them where the problems really lie. What do I think about Western countries and immigration? So a big part of why Western countries wind up immigrating large numbers of people, why your governments and rulers do wind up immigrating large number of people, is let me start from the top here. When it comes to policies that help the ruling class and that are against the working class, most of them are not popular with the working class, right? Like raising taxes on the working class and lowering taxes on the rich is not a popular policy with the working class. Right? Like, not raising minimum wage for decades on end while giving bailouts to billionaires is not popular with the working class. Most of these policies, are difficult to pass if the working class has any amount of say whatsoever. Immigration is one of those wonderful policies where it essentially benefits the ruling class, but simultaneously gives the working class a scapegoat. Right? Like, having, large numbers of people in your country, all competing for the same jobs, will depress wages. Yes. But it's not those people that are just randomly walking across the border. They're being brought in legally, for the most part. Right? In fact, in almost all cases, most countries, even in the U.S., where we have a shared border with Mexico, most people are coming here legally. And at the end of the day, getting rid of these people isn't going to solve every problem with your economic system, because it wasn't these people that was driving the main causes to begin with, which is wealth accumulation at the upper ends at the expense of the lower ends. And the thing is, there's other things that are in play now, especially in our technological day and age, which aren't as simple as, just fucking, dealing with, in terms of racism. Like automation, for example. What are you going to do when the machines start taking all the jobs? What are you going to do when AI starts running those machines And you don't even need people to run the machines anymore. Who are you going to blame then? The immigrants who are without jobs just like you? You're jobless together. There are varying opinions in China. There's just not the same level of free speech, expression, and political freedom in China. You've been mostly in Hong Kong. Yeah, but Hong Kong was a British colony that was made in order to sell opium to the Chinese, and essentially was the beginning of the Chinese century of humiliation. When the British took Hong Kong and was pumping China with full of fucking opium in order to keep the populace drugged up like crazy. Like Hong Kong, Taiwan, and so on, those aren't like the real China. Those are called special administrative zones for a reason, under the whole one country, two systems policy. Those are not like the real China. Like there is much higher levels of inequality in those places than there is, in the major China. There's still a lot of inequality in China, but it's the major contradiction that the Chinese government is trying to work on over the next 5 years. If you read their 5-year plans and shit. But yeah, by and large, the Chinese people support the Chinese government. If I told you the exact numbers, you would call it propaganda. And then I would show you my sources and you would look really funny. So, yeah. The numbers are so high, the Western mind cannot comprehend it. It is incomprehensible. Because Westerners are used to governments with like 30% approval rating. 30, 40% at best. Sometimes dropping to 20. The Chinese overwhelmingly support the Chinese government. They're happy with them. A good eye-opener for what European anti-immigrants actually were are Ukrainian immigrants. Yeah. Thank you, Melon, for mentioning that, because I should have mentioned that. All the people that complain about migrants never complain about migrants of similar skin color. Have you noticed that? Like all the people saying we need to stop immigration. They're never talking about immigration from countries that they consider to be ethnically similar. They're always talking about stopping it from ethnically dissimilar countries only. There are dark factories already? Yeah, but mainly in China. I don't know if any other country besides China that has a large amounts of them. The Ukrainians haven't made terrorist attacks yet, though? Yet. What do I think about Muslims? Do you think there's a Muslim invasion of Western countries? No, there's no Muslim invasion. There's no Muslim invasion of any fucking country. It's pure racist propaganda. That's my answer to that. Yeah, that's just pure racist propaganda. The demonization of Muslims over the past couple decades has been insane. Has been actually insane. Like, it's socially acceptable to say things about Muslims that you would never be allowed to say about any other religion. Next time you hear someone talking about Muslims, swap out the religion for, Christian or Jew, and see how it sounds, and see how they sound. And you'll see what I mean. The terrorist attacks, okay, I'm not going to get into that. Because, you have to look at each one separately and what's called a terrorist attack and what's not. In the U.S., we have kids shooting up schools every week. Once or twice a month, some kid decides to take an AK-47 to school. Or, sorry, M16 to school. And, pump round after round into a fellow classmate. Not once has any of these people called terrorists. Not once. Not fucking once. Are these not acts of terrorism? No. They're lone wolves. They're people we failed. Where did we go wrong? Etc., etc. It's all how did we fail this boy that he turned to such, things? Never called a terrorist attack. Terrorist is very much a racist term. And is pretty much only used, against people of certain ethnicities and not others. It has become a purely politicized term, void of any meaning. No need to talk down to people. I'm sorry, dude. I actually do owe you a bit of an apology. Like, I'm not trying to talk down to you. This is just. I tend to be a bit, you know. This is just how I talk when I'm talking about these kinds of things. I tend to, like, switch over into lecture mode. It's not like a. I'm not trying to talk down on anyone. But yeah. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I answered, you know, about China, unless you have another question. Welfare tourists are living essentially tax free. Welfare tourists. The fuck is what welfare tourists? What? This just feels like tabloid stuff at this point. He lives in Belarus, Kumotaja. That's right. I'll out you right there. What am I working on in Factory right now? I mean, we're just talking. I was supposed to end the stream a bit ago. We're just talking right now. But yeah, I mean, we finished setting up the purple science with the cross-connected wiring and stuff. So that's nice and good. I should check my update time, actually. Yikes. I should go to a kilo and see what my update time is on a kilo, actually. But yeah, Adri, the reason I, like, responded the way I did was because, like, when you said, like, that CCP comment, I kind of just assumed you were, like, the standard, you know, everything China does is bad kind of person. Like, I'm not here to, like, promote an ideology. I'm not here to take sides. I'm here to just report the facts the best that I can determine them. What side am I on? I'm on the side of the truth. I do a material analysis the best I can on as much as I can. I look at what concretely observable facts are, I look at the history, and I draw my conclusions based on those things, plus the ideology of the people involved. You can take your guess on where I actually stand, but I don't think it's that hard to figure out. What do I think about ground news? I was actually looking at it like a week or two ago because some YouTuber I was watching was using that as their sponsor. And I was like, what is this ground news? It's, that's the one that rates everything, right? It's the one that rates everything, like, left or right or whatever. If I remember correctly. Yeah. Their rating system is completely fucked. No, their rating system is completely fucked. It has a very heavy right-wing slant. Like, they will call right-wing sources centrist, and they will call, like, you know, basically they will call, like, far-right sources, like, center, and then, like, right-wing sources left. And then what they call actual right is, like, extreme right, usually. Yeah, I found it to be very biased, like, toward the right. Like, especially based on, like, how they rate sources. Like, I remember seeing, like, they put BBC as, like, here. Yeah, I was looking at this stuff. Like, New York Post is now, like, slightly right. New York Post should be all the way over here. Like, their far-right stuff is, like hyper-fascist stuff. Like, basically all of it should be shifted toward the right, and they never cite any left-wing sources. They never cite anything actually left, ever. You will never see a single true left-wing site, you know, or even, like, left-leaning source being cited on here. They tried to put BBC as center. Like, they tried to put BBC as center. BBC, which has carried, like, you know, dams full of water for Israel's genocide, they're labeling as a center. So yeah, no, I looked at it and I found it to be very biased in how they assess things. Yeah, Like, what is this? CNN is toward the left? Are you fucking kidding me? CNN is now leftist center. Like, please. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah. Hard to have reasonable? Yeah. Yeah, when you made that comment, I immediately kind of assumed the worst. Because, yeah. But I'm glad you proved me wrong. Financial Times and Bloomberg, as far right as it goes. See, but that's the thing. Like, you not caring about left or right doesn't mean those sources don't have a bias. Financial Times and Bloomberg are very far right. You have to understand. This is essentially based off the American political spectrum, right? This is based off the American political spectrum. You know what the Overton window is? How many people here know what the Overton window is? There were also TikToks being made telling people how to take advantage of Canada's food bank solely for not making money for food. I mean, flyers given out in New York State telling people how to get to Canada. Yeah, all those Americans fleeing to Canada to get free food. Well, shit, I guess we should go there. But yeah, I mean, enforcing like basic immigration policy is something that you'll find almost nobody who's going to disagree with. You know, if you've got people on there on expired student visas, I mean, they're expired. You know, they need to go back. End of story. You're not going to find anyone who disagrees with anything like that. Anyone reasonable, I guess. I can't remember, Bengo. Like I get asked to review like YouTubers and news channels all the time. Like I get asked like, you know, at least once or twice a week someone asked me to check out something. Like I was just asked them for my opinion on ground news. I just don't remember which one it was. What makes it a genocide? What, Israel and Palestine? Is that what you're asking? You can't be serious, man. Maybe you host a website like this? I mean, I have the political channel on Discord you can join where I type like longer form stuff, and I also post a lot of articles and longer form stuff as well. Like I posted the entire Blowback podcast in there that everybody should listen to. You know, that alone is like dozens and dozens of hours of content. I've kind of thought of like maybe doing a YouTube channel on this kind of stuff or like something similar. And you know what I kind of realized? I think I'm stronger as a curator. Because like it takes a lot of like time and effort to, you know, make good content. And I can link you to like good channels that make good content. But I kind of think like I'm strongest actually acting as like a curator. Like someone that helps you sift through the bullshit kind of thing. You know, helps you find out like, you know, what the good sources are. I think I'm actually stronger doing that. But yeah, that was my conclusion the last time I thought about stuff like this. Noodle, I'm gonna assume you're not particularly familiar with the state of the conflict because it absolutely is a genocide 100%. Like virtually nobody is debating this anymore. They've killed like at least 700,000 people over the past 2 years. Like at least 700,000 people. So yes, they are being quite effective at conducting an actual genocide. The only people trying to pretend like that it's not a genocide are like the U.S., German, and British governments. You know, aside from Israel itself. They provide the next biased insight on matters for your work. I mean, maybe for work, yeah, but like I'm telling you right now, those sources lean pretty far right. No, I don't know who Tommy Robinson is. But yeah, what Komotaja said, like, I'm just gonna assume you're not super familiar with it, Noodle, but yeah, it's basically, it's been clear since even a few months in. On the stupid, yeah, on my Discord, I have a political channel. It's not visible by default. Um, you need to DM me on Discord if you want access, and I'll give you access. If your name is different from your Twitch name, you need to tell me what your Twitch name is. But I'm warning you right now, in that channel, I go into much deeper depth about a lot of things. I post a lot of stuff, and you're expected to actually, watch or listen or read the content that I'm posting if you plan on replying to it. And you're expected, you need to be ready to engage with opinions other than your own in good faith. If you're not willing to engage with opinions other than your own in good faith, and you're not willing to engage in good faith, then don't bother asking. But if you genuinely are starting to see through all the bullshit and you want to know more, then yeah, that's the channel where I post a lot of longer form stuff. Sponsors every news reaction channel? Okay, yeah, I didn't know that. Just curious where Ground News would put Financial Times and Bloomberg. I don't know. I can try to click on something financial related. I mean, here's a China finance thing, kinda. It fucking doesn't have I don't know all these icons off the top of my head. I mean, maybe I can just search for this. It fucking puts Bloomberg to the left of center. Holy fuck, dude. This site is so biased. I really don't recommend it. I really don't recommend it, man. It actually puts Bloomberg to center left. Yeah, unreal, man. Unfucking real. Factorio stream? I mean, it's not uncommon that we do a little bit of this end of Sundays. It's sort of becoming a tradition. Sunday end of stream, we usually do a little real talk. Yeah, but that's the entire problem, Melantos. Is that the lesson the Germans learned from the Holocaust is not that genocide is bad. They learned that, genociding Jews is bad, but it's okay to genocide everybody else. Epoch Times is centrist? Oh, yeah. No, Epoch Times should be right column, yeah. Yeah, basically this site basically exists to rehabilitate right-wing media and convince you it's something other than that. UN seems to it's more than 77. Okay, this is what I'm gonna say on that number. 77K was the number that was reported up until the point they blew up all the hospitals in Gaza. Israel has bombed just about every hospital in Gaza except for maybe one or two. You can't count the dead unless you have a place to collect them. They have blown up every university, every hospital, every school, everything that they can. 77 was the count nearly 2 years ago. Over 2 years ago. Months after it started. It's kept going. And this is something I have followed very closely. If you look at people that actually follow the numbers, people that actually study Israel and Palestine, people who are actually experts on the region, the number is at least 600,000. I consider 600,000 to be a low estimate at this point. It's at least. Someone familiar to trying to get more unbiased views against genocide term. Some of your other sources debate that term. I honestly would cut those sources out. I would cut those sources out. If you have anyone you're listening to who's telling you that it's not genocide, I would cut those people out. This is the most documented genocide in human history. There's been never been so much evidence as there is for this one. Like, this is a conflict I have followed closely since it broke out. Or escalated, I should say. Yeah. Is often completely devoid of morals. Not wrong about that. Yeah, Israel, like, right now controls, like, 60% of Gaza, and they're trying to escalate it to 70%. The ultimate plan is to do most of the genocide by starvation. Because then they can, like, throw their hands up in the air and say, oh, it wasn't us, even though, they destroyed just about everything, long ago pushed the Palestinians off the farmland in the region and, are cutting off all aid. Where that number you're quoting comes from? I don't know if I have a specific source I can give you for it right now. Like, here's the thing. Like, there are certain things that I write down and, like, put sources on, and there's certain things that I don't bother. Like, I have lots and lots of bookmarks with, like, hundreds and hundreds of sources, and I'm sure somewhere in here I have something that will cite that number, but that number is basically accepted as fact at this point by those who are familiar with the conflict. Like, nobody who's familiar with the conflict is saying less than 600 or so. So, yeah, I mean, that's just an accepted fact at this point. I mean, like, I would just search for it, I guess. Search for, like, actual death toll, kind of things. Not the 77K number that they stopped counting in, like, 2023 or whatever. But yeah, most of the stuff I have about, like, Israel and shit, is mainly, like, historical documents to, you know, show to people. It's mainly to, like, fight the main shit that you usually wind up hearing people say, which is that this all began October 7th, which it didn't. Is something like Zotero? I don't even know what Zotero is. What the fuck is Zotero? I use a lot of different sources. Like, if you look at the Discord channel, you'll see, like, I use a very, very wide number of sources, and I try to use Western sources wherever possible. Find all updated sources and come in at 75K. Give me 1 second. I'll try to find, if you're around next week, I'll try to find some sources on that and link them to you. Because, yeah, I don't have anything immediate off the top of my head, but, like, the 77K number was stopped counting in 2023. Like, if you look at like, do you actually think 0 people were killed from 2023 to, like, 2025? Like, even though we have, like, endless footage of bombs being dropped on, like, houses and shit? Like, the 77K number is complete fucking bullshit. Yeah, I have like one. I have one source that's 600,000, but it's on a Facebook link, and I don't really care for Facebook links, even if it's a news site that's hosting their shit on Facebook. Like I never use Facebook links. But yeah, it's way more than 60 70K. That's for sure. The estimates that I've seen like have been like 500 600K plus consistently. But yeah, as I said, like I haven't been saving those articles because it's not debated anymore. It's not debated. It's only like, the straight Western media that still is peddling the only 60 70K killed bullshit. What's okay? I'll look at what Zotero is. I've never even heard of Zotero. Your personal research assistant? This shit? Is this what you're talking? It's a place to save citations? Oh, okay. Alright, well, I just made an account, so yeah, I'll take a look at it. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. But yeah, right now I just use a shitload of bookmarks, basically. Yeah, like I just use shitloads of fucking bookmarks. And then they're all like badly like all these up here is basically stuff that either is bookmarked or, needs to be like sorted. I even have specific folders for certain countries because there's so much shit on them. But yeah, I just use hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bookmarks. Just cite Wikipedia? If you cite Wikipedia on the stream, you get timed out. Like, Wikipedia is actually not whitelisted. It's pretty much better than bookmarks? Okay. Alright, I'll take a look at it. But yeah, I mean, I can try to find, like, more concrete sources for you guys, but the thing is, like, you're not going to find, like, a hard evidence source, because remember, they blew up all the hospitals. There's nobody counting the bodies anymore. There are, like, tens of thousands of bodies that are buried beneath rubble and whatnot. People unaccounted for. Like, the numbers that, I'm citing are extrapolations based on the bomb level of bombing and the existing casualties based during previous levels of bombing like that. Right? As I said, remember that the 77K number stopped being counted, in, like, 2023. That number hasn't changed since then. So the only way you can still believe that is if you think zero people have been killed, in 2 years of ongoing genocidal bombing. Yeah, and they keep shooting all the reporters too. They keep getting murdered. The reporters keep getting deliberately shot. They keep getting murdered by Israeli soldiers. Saying that they keep dying makes it sound like they keep getting involved in unfortunate accidents. They're getting murdered. Yeah, it's way past 75K though. People died sooner because healthcare is worse. But the healthcare is gone, though. You understand that, right? Like, if there was a treatable disease, like if you were ill and you were being treated and then the hospital got blown up and you could no longer get treated and then you died because of that, that still counts as a death. You know, that still counts as Israel killing them. Because Israel wouldn't have fucking killed them if they hadn't blown up the goddamn hospital. Did I make some changes to the Fulgora Silence Island since the YouTube video? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, there's basically no healthcare left, yeah. Like, a lot of the population is living in, like, near starvation conditions. I think we should sanction them, same as Russia, yeah. Yeah, I mean, just look how harsh... Look at how much worse Israel is than Russia is. And look at how much worse the West treats Russia compared to Israel. It's insane. Israel isn't killing... What? I mean, you're not wrong, Melantos. You're not actually wrong. That really is a lot of the core of the issue. Is Ukrainians look white, Palestinians don't. Although I will say, Palestine's a lot fucking more diverse than people realize, and there are a lot more people with lighter skin and light-colored eyes than you might think. There, like, people will see pictures of, like, you know, like, places are not as ethnically homogenous as a lot of people like to think. Yeah, not light enough for people to care. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that just ties into the whole white supremacist core of Western culture in general. But that's a whole other story. Israel will never attack the U.S. Israel is an arm of the U.S. Israel is a giant Jewish-themed military base, you know, outpost of American like imperialism in the like in the Middle East. Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. I misread you slightly, yeah. Yeah. Israel is basically America's rabid attack dog. It's just lately they've been getting a little too rabid, and the U.S. can't rein them in, but that's a whole nother conversation about, you know, the strength of the Zionist lobby and how bad that's gotten. And if I start talking about that, we're going to be here for another 2 hours. I talked about it a good bit in the Discord channel, though, if you want to fucking read that shit. Not some cheap anti-Semitic pamphlet. Good one, dude. Good one. I mean, the Middle East isn't even that far from Europe, though. Ugh. Miriam Adelson really have on Trump? I don't know. It's kind of useless to speculate over things like that, honestly. I don't know, dude. I'm not going to try to get inside Trump's head. That is a very stupid place, and I have no desire to go there. Like, yeah. People don't want to spell out loud? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as I said, it falls back to the white supremacist core of a lot of Western society. They're not intervening. They're advancing the interests of American imperialism. That's what's actually going on every time one of these conflicts flares up. Remember, Saddam was originally allied with the US. Saddam was initially allied with the US. We were using him against Iran. And then when that fell through, we eventually turned on Saddam. But there's two big parts of it. The American imperialist goal in the Middle East is to keep the Middle Eastern countries fractured and easily subjugated so that they may be exploited in various ways, such as, how the petrodollar was created. The second main thing going on is Israel's whole genocidal Greater Israel project. But yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm not going to get hugely into that right now because it's a longer conversation, and I wrote about it plenty in the Discord channel if you want to read more about that. These side alliances that are forming in the wake of Trump's tariffs and the rest of the world might grow some balls. I mean, I would argue some of them are already growing some balls. I mean, just look what's happening in the Sahel in Africa. They're throwing off the shackles of French colonialism and, trying to have their own countries be run for the benefit of their own people instead of Western imperialism. So yeah, it's already happening. I don't know if I hold out much hope for Europe, honestly. It feels like a lot of Europe just really, really, really wants to commit suicide by fascism. They just want to go full fascist and just destroy their countries. I mean, obviously, this doesn't reflect everybody in Europe, clearly, and not everybody in each country. Even, the most fascist-prone countries in Europe right now, still frequently have large numbers of people that are, on the right side of history. But, yeah. It comes down to what I was talking about earlier about reactionary ideology versus, neoliberal ideology versus anything that's actually, to the left. And the differences between the three and how they address the core problems being created by, capitalism stuff. Poland is a great country in Europe. Citation needed. Citation needed. My Poland roast section is pretty long. Yeah, Spain is arguably, I think, the best country in Europe in terms of international relations and foreign policy. Yeah, I don't know if I would consider Poland to be good. I would put it in the bottom half of European countries, to be blunt. If I were to rate them by, if I were to rate them by how on the right side of history they are, and how much I would like to move to them, yeah, Poland is definitely in the bottom half, if not the bottom third. Yeah, I'm not surprised by you saying that, Melon. Yeah, I mean, GDP is worthless. PPP is better, and PPP still sucks. Because PPP just looks into, relative cost of goods compared to earning. But it doesn't really, look at fixed costs as much. Whether, one country is paying property taxes and another country doesn't have them. Whether one country has, national health care, another country doesn't. It ignores, doesn't, yeah. PVP is superior to GDP as a measurement, but it's still very flawed. Ethnically and socially homogenous, so it's very calm. I don't know if those are the words I would use, dude. I don't know if those are the words I would use. Here's a quip I have on my here's a quip from my roast file about Poland. Still a right-wing neo-fascist shithole to this day that hasn't contributed a single thing of value to the world. If Poland were to vanish tomorrow, it would probably be 100 years before anyone noticed. There you go. There's some shade on Poland. uh... But yeah, most of my Poland roast shit has to do with World War II. But how do you get more concrete on Fulgora so you can keep crafting E implants for a legendary home implant? Your concrete is going faster than your home. I mean, I use something like this. You can use that blueprint too. It's on the sheet. But yeah, I use this, which supplies ingredients to the network as it runs. And that's always supplied enough for me. But yeah, I use that. US ranked 64th in freedom of the press. Sounds about right. Surely housing and healthcare is included in the basket of goods. What, for like PPP? I don't know exactly what's used to measure in PPP off the top of my head. I know it tries to account for like cost of goods. I mean, I guess that's what you meant by basket of goods, but I don't know if it accounts for everything as well as it should. I don't know. Definitely take those blender. I mean, I would put Spain as the highest right now, based on what I know as a dumb American about European countries. I would probably put Spain as the highest in terms of countries likely not to turn into a shithole over the next like couple decades. Poland, I don't have the highest expectations for. Like, does Polish culture even have an identity besides just like hating anything like left of center? Like every time I talk to a Polish person, it's just like their entire fucking cultural identity is just hating anything like even remotely left of center. That's my experience with Poland and Polish people. Anyway. Anyway. Is the most Catholic country in Europe? Yeah, I definitely do not consider that to be a positive. Like, yeah. Highly religious country, yeah. Not something I consider to be a positive. Anyway, I think we've kind of reached, I think we've exhausted the current topics, at least for the time being. I'm gonna raid Mucky, and I will see you guys next week for the conclusion of the Megabase going to 10 million SPM and whatnot. So have a good night. We can pick this up next Sunday, this conversation, I mean, or whenever. Have a good night, or a good day, or whatever weird-ass time zone you're in. Leave you with the muckster. I'll probably run the game a little bit off stream. I don't know how much I'll actually do it. If it gets warmer, I'm not going to fucking do it. I don't need a space heater going in my room. But if it stays cool, then I'll run it a little bit on bot speed or whatever. Mainly to just get a few more modules and inserters and whatnot for the scaling shit. Adios! What did I just do with Mucky's stream? Oh, it's over here.